Off day today for the Bills. They're back on the practice field tomorrow morning as they get ready to travel to New Jersey to take on the Jets this Sunday at 1 p.m. Though, while it was an off day, the Bills and Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment did announce a partnership to help grow the game in Canada. The partnership will include grassroots youth camps, exclusive apparel collaborations, and more. Injury woes do continue for the 49ers. Tight end George Kittle has been placed on IR. He is going to miss at least the next 4 games due to a hamstring injury. 49ers also waived kicker Jake Moody. And the Steelers, they are signing safety Jabril Peppers. This comes after reports that Steelers safety Deshaun Elliott is going to miss a few weeks with an MCL sprain. The Sabres announced their 2025 Prospect Challenge roster. The games are going to be getting underway at Harbor Center on Thursday and run through Monday. Paul Hamilton does have more on this up at our website, WGR550.com. And the Bisons, they are on the road versus the Red Wings. First pitch just after 6. It's going to be over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. 6:45, Mets at Phillies. Then just after 7 o'clock, Yankees host Detroit. And the Jays, they have the Astros in towns. Toronto, they hold a 2-game lead over the Yankees in the AL East. And stream your local NFL games all season long, kicking off with the Week 2 matchup between the Buffalo Bills and the New York Jets, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
I gotta wonder what kind of working relationship you'd have with Satan.
It's Mike Schopp.
I've often wondered that. Like, he, they, I don't know what his pronouns are, or their pronouns. Anyway, Satan.
And the Bulldog.
What's the upside of doing well?
Well, maybe they're too busy making everyone else's life hell.
Oh, boy.
And
wow.
you might just be able to do your own thing if you're partnered with Satan.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
They're too busy, making Scott Norwood miss field goals.
Oh, come on.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
I don't see a sandwich over there today. Usually you have one.
I already ate it.
Since you got here?
Yeah. Right away when I first walked in.
I thought of you when I brought half of my sandwich today, my homemade turkey sandwich.
All right.
And I thought maybe we would trade.
Oh, man.
Is that an idea?
Do
we like the same ingredients?
It is.
I don't want big tomatoes.
Well, I don't know about big. I don't know about big. There's tomatoes.
I don't want to see tomatoes.
I definitely have tomatoes on my sandwich.
I don't mind a relish.
Yeah.
I don't want to see them.
There's.
I don't want seeds.
There's 3 more pieces of my sandwich in the fridge.
Oh, you didn't finish it? Okay.
No, I get a giant. What is it? I get a giant turkey. They gave me the wrong bread though. They gave me the everything bread. I'm a staunch opponent of the everything anything. Like everything bagel, all dressed chips. Like pick a flavor.
You're anti. Okay.
I'm anti everything.
I'm listening.
I don't need everything.
Anti everything.
I want just sesame.
In a way.
That's all. I don't want everything. It's just. I'm over here eating. There's little seeds crumbling everywhere. I mean, it's just an unmanageable situation. And flavor-wise, it's confusing to my palate. There's too much happening.
Yeah, I get that.
My wife and younger son love these everything bagels. They keep coming into the house. I asked Owen the other day while we're golfing, like, are you on this everything train with the bagels? Because I'm a no on that.
What about with pizza? Did you ever get, The Works?
Yeah, sure. I've done that. I mean, that's a lot for the crust. Even the heartiest Buffalo-style pizza has a hard time holding all that. Yeah, it's tough.
You get the thin crust pizza with the works, and then you pick up the first slice, and it all just falls off the front, down the falls.
Yeah, you need a spatula.
It's not pretty.
You can't. It's untenable.
Yeah, you do. You do need a forklift or something. You need some sort of apparatus to pick it up, and then you got to fold it to have any chance.
And even then,
it's a good bite, though. It's a good bite.
It is a good bite. I do like lots of ingredients on a pizza, but I find it too aggravating to try to eat.
I'm hearing that the everything bagel concept at first was called a multifaceted partnership, but then they just sort of simplified it. It was just simplified so people could understand what they were talking about. It's time now for Reverse AFC Power Rankings, powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit EmpireElectricians.com. Look at this. Clean sheet.
Woo!
And some, quote effort was put into, like, alignment, neatness. I went for the A-, at least. If I get an A, even better.
I'm excited for a clean sheet.
I like power rankings today. Because now we have information. We have actual games.
Yeah, you asked me, I walked in, power rankings, does it feel right? I said it would feel wrong not to do it. It's Tuesday at 3 o'clock. Like, this is the OG power ranking spot.
Yeah.
And now that we're into a season, like week 1 is completely done now. Week 2 is coming like a freight train on Thursday night, but we've got this little time. So, yeah, this is where we should do it.
And we know stuff.
Yeah. Everybody's played.
For example, 16. Absolutely.
Miami.
100% Miami.
Who looked worse
Nobody.
in the entire league than Miami?
The Giants, but they had a good opponent on the road. Carolina, maybe. Bad day for Carolina.
They were pretty meek, yes.
Bad day for Carolina at Jacksonville. Jacksonville, I don't think, was even good. Tennessee, disappointing. Tough defense, but
there's a lot of analysis that I'm seeing of Cam Ward is catch the ball. A lot of people, like, looking at every throw, said he should have had a much better day than he had.
Yeah, there was a few drops
on the stat sheet, but the just nobody could do anything for him out there.
You know what? I just looked and I forgot already. I think it's the first time in reverse AFC Power Rankings history that Miami was 16.
That would make sense. They've been.
This is. Look at
how many years
Twitch.
does this go back?
I mean,
it's the Twitch.
Is it?
I don't know.
I mean, we had Houston 16, 25 out of 30 weeks in the early days of this. So it goes back.
This is like
4,
the height of
5
the
years.
Watson controversy and suspension and whatever injury. Like whatever.
Davis Mills,
right.
Losing here 40-0 in the pouring rain in week 3 a few years ago. Yeah, I mean it's 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah,
but Miami has never been 16 until today.
They've been pretty good that whole time. They've been sort of vying for the division with the Bills. Really, this is the first year. I mean, they didn't really do it last year either, but this is the first year going into the year that you're like, yeah, no, they're not going to be there.
Player Profiler, I think it was, have done some work for them. Asked the question: first coach fired, Mike McDaniel or the field?
I would take Mike McDaniel.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Dable is interesting, though.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that the GM is, like, with him. The Miami GM, Chris Greer, has been there for more than a decade, I think. So they're not, like, a team in the same way. Possibly at least. Mm-hmm. But it's a good bet. It's a good question. All right, 16, the Miami Dolphins, who will be here in 9 days.
That's right. A week from Thursday they come in.
15. Browns?
Somebody's going to have to be here, and they're not good.
Chiefs?
But I'm impressed that they held the Bengals to 17 points and 7 yards in the second half.
And
they'll if they can play that kind of defense against that caliber of opponent, they're going to win some games.
How many games?
5, 6.
You'd take over 5?
You got to look at their schedule.
It's bad. I put the word Browns in the form of a question because there are 2 rookies on offense that showed very well for Cleveland in week 1. Dylan Sampson, as just like a flare pass running back, but he caught 8 passes. So he's somebody like you might start in fantasy in week 2 at Baltimore, though. Still, losing game script. Maybe that's what you want. And then Harold Fannin Jr., my cousin. Not really, but my grandfather's name is Luther Fannin, and there's also a Luther Burden. So I'm sort of claiming both.
Okay, sure.
Harold Fannin Jr., number 44 for the Browns, phenomenal debut. He even took a snap at quarterback. Wildcat quarterback, running back, tight end, slot. And he had one of the best rookies of the week, if not the best. I don't know who was the best. Like Ibuka was the best. He had a great first game. So the Browns have a couple of new pieces, and that does not include Judkins, who might play as soon as Sunday.
So
All right.
I would get off the. I might say Tennessee. The quarterback looked competent. That's an important piece. But if there's not anything there to help him, he's going to be flailing for a while here, and I would expect that to continue.
Yeah, I'm going with Tennessee here.
Good. I wanted off Cleveland, as you could probably tell.
Yeah.
All right. 14.
Cleveland.
Do I have to? Did I said it?
No, you don't have to. That's been a rule, but I don't know. It's not in the.
I think it's still okay. I'll say Browns. I think it's still okay.
I'm going to go with you. I sheepishly, after the whole speech, went, like, okay, 14 Browns.
13.
Because I don't know who else to put down there.
New England.
Yeah, they don't have talent. Like, Drake May's fun, Vrabel's cool. They don't really have talent.
Yep. I'm good with New England at 13.
The guy, Henderson caught a few passes, too. Booty. He used to be Boutte, but like many college players, when they come to the NFL, they change how their name is pronounced. Hello, A-Chain. Booty, Keyshawn Booty, LSU. He was good. He was maybe a little bit sort of off the field stuff, questions about him, but he's on a pretty good roll for New England. Like, he's definitely a interesting fantasy pickup, I think. He might be their number one. I don't have anything for you on how Diggs looked. I didn't notice him in that game, which maybe is something by itself, but I didn't really notice him.
Yeah. I
thought he looked a little wide. When I saw the one time I saw him, I thought he looked a little wide.
That is some analysis.
Yeah.
I did not see hardly any of that game.
So we're on the Patriots?
Sure. Yeah.
What a division. 12.
Houston.
Jets.
Jets.
Oh. Fodder.
Yes. Fodder for
AFC
the Jets.
East. The new, NFC West in the day. The new AFC South is the AFC East. Only the Bills are good. What a time to be alive.
They had the Colts in the mid-2000s.
I have not looked in my own app, but I saw a screen grab that somebody put up of the division odds after week one.
Oh.
It's pretty good. Bills minus 700.
You had to do.
Everybody else is just like plus 2,000 or something. It's absurd.
I know every one of these conversations is a setup for the old takes machine, but like you had to do what Sammy kept telling us to do with the Bills and the division, which was put them with other futures bets. Like, just put them with other things, because they were like minus 280, and that's not a livable price. So you put them with Team X to win Conference Y in college football, or, the World Series, anything else. I think you probably still do that, but it's more expensive to include the Bills than a week ago.
Yeah, right.
And, even then, what was it supposed to look like? Everybody we talked to, nobody's actually going to beat them for the division, though. And now, that just seems almost obvious. They're not raising the banner at this thing in Toronto, right? It's be 6 years in a row. They're not. Hopefully, they're not that pumped up.
I don't believe so.
About themselves to go ahead and raise a 2025 AFC East champions banner. 11.
I'm fine with Houston here.
I'm going Indianapolis.
I think that's the right thing to do.
The disrespect to Daniel Jones.
What are they? Are they good now?
Houston's better than Indianapolis. Come on. Right.
What are those odds?
Houston had a bad day. Yeah, right. I'm gonna go find it. Houston did not have what did they score? 9 points.
9 points.
Oy, oy.
They can't protect the quarterback. They had an awful offensive line. They flushed the coordinator because he didn't want to basically risk Stroud. I think the year before he was a hot item. He was interviewing for jobs. Slowick. They flushed him, and then they dumped their whole offensive line, which I felt like might have been okay, but didn't start well. It was a tough game. If the Rams get after you, so do the Texans. It doesn't surprise me that nobody could really do anything in that game except Puka. Can't be stopped.
AFC South division odds: Houston plus 175, Jacksonville plus 190, Indy plus 250, Tennessee plus 950. That's where we're at.
What do you like there? Man, they're all terrible, I think. Maybe not terrible.
I mean, I am on Jacksonville a couple of times. I think in both, I have two of these 8-leg division-winning parlays, and I think in both of them, I have Jacksonville. But the price is now only plus 190. I think it was better when I did it, but I don't remember for sure.
Might have been a little bit. Maybe not that different, though.
Yeah.
10. I'll say Jacksonville at 10. Not impressed at all. Nice one catch, Brian Thomas Jr.
This is aggravating. When they keep track of bets for you and they don't leave what the odds were individually. Like the total's there, the teams are there, but they don't have the number that I bet them at, which is annoying. So I can't tell you what I got them at. Anyway.
That's how they get you.
So Jacksonville there is what?
For me, 10. There's some options here.
Indy was 11. Right?
Indy was 11. You got the Bengals and Steelers. You've got the Texans. You've got the Raiders.
With the Texans here.
I think I like Jacksonville more than the Texans.
So Houston?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. If you can't protect the quarterback,
I know.
Most teams are going to be able to really mess you up.
Nico Collins flexing his 5 catches over Brian Thomas's head with his 1. Although he did have a rushing touchdown, I think, Thomas. There were a few of those in fantasy this week where, you got away with it because of the touchdown. I mean, Kittle gets hurt, but he got in. Genty got in. You kind of got away with it because of the score, but you didn't get, not with Nico Collins, but you didn't get the stuff. A lot of guys like that this week. Gibbs, wow. He doesn't score, but he caught 10 passes for 31 yards. Try that at home.
Right.
Try catching 10 passes for 31 yards. So, another guy that, didn't kill you, but 50 total yards of offense for Jahmyr Gibbs. Not what you paid for. Bijan is another one. 50-yard touchdown reception right away. Nothing else. It catches.
Yeah. Nothing
on the ground in the whole game. That was another one. McCaffrey even a little bit. He had tons of volume. Anyway, not a fantasy segment. Because Empire Electric would never pay for that. 9.
And we got to get the Raiders on the board here.
I'm still Jacksonville.
I'm pivoting to the Raiders.
Jacksonville.
Who would you rather play?
Is Brock Bowers hurt?
That's going to be, I'm back. It's a fantasy point again. That's going to be tricky because that's late Monday night. There are 2 games Monday night. And he's in everybody's lineup if he's healthy, but get Michael Mayer and just don't worry about it if you can, because there are 2 games Monday. That's the late one, and if it goes to game time, you can't get stuck. Take the worst guy off your team and add Michael Mayer, who is maybe nice if Bowers doesn't play. Actually,
right.
8.
So where did we put it?
Jacksonville 9. Raiders.
I'm going to say Raiders.
Bengals.
Again. I'm going to say Raiders.
Steelers.
I'm on the Raiders.
I'll say Pittsburgh. All right.
That Rodgers performance felt a lot like it's week 1. Cool. He still got sacked 4 times. It's the Jets.
What's the line this week? I'll find out. Seattle at Pittsburgh this week is interesting. Seattle's defense was pretty good in the preseason and Sunday.
Yeah.
On the road, west to east, 1:00. Could they give him a hard time? The Metcalf revenge game?
I got Steelers minus 2.5 according to ESPN.
2.5 again. That number, just like last week, same as last week. Pittsburgh. Mike McDonald has experience with Pittsburgh, Baltimore's defensive coordinator.
That's right.
7.
I'm gonna have to stay on the Raiders.
Las Vegas.
I think I wanted them at 11. Holy cow! This is the most aggressive steamrolling of a suggestion I think we've ever had in the history, the long, decorated, storied even history of reverse AFC power rankings.
Well, if I think New England is bad, then how good are the Raiders using the same Indianapolis-Miami game logic? It's written. Vegas at 7. 6. Bengals.
Cincy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They just are addicted to bad starts.
Yeah.
They even in a win, which great.
Sure. Yeah.
They just love to start terribly.
You've got the lines up. Jacksonville at Cincinnati.
I can get that in a second.
I'm going to say Cincinnati 3.5, maybe 4. It's got to be over 3.
3.5. Bengals, yeah.
Done. 5. Oh, okay.
I'm going to have to get to Denver here.
I'm with Denver.
I was more impressed by the Chargers than I was Denver.
There's
both
there's
won.
another team, but okay. Two on Denver.
If Herbert can play, I mean, he's not going to be that close to perfect, but I was really impressed. They threw it a lot, and right is in the book that they're just not. They won't do that because of who they are and their history, but they did. They did it.
That's right, and that's a little bit of a It's a little bit of a mistake out here on what the Chargers have actually been. Like, they are not. It's just like the image that Roman Harbaugh.
Right.
They were really not that run heavy, and they continued in that direction on Friday. So Denver 5, 4 would be Kansas City for me. I would have picked them 5. You guys got Denver first. I just nobody wants to say it because you're going to look like an idiot if you're wrong. Here's another sucker. I did this with New England for like 11 years.
Right.
They're bad now, everybody.
Yeah.
And then they won their 13 games. Cheated. But Kansas City, like, they're down bad at weapons. They were already. Like, they came into this offseason knowing that, and they addressed it, I think. Sort of. Maybe not.
4th-round receiver.
Jalen Royals.
Right? Yeah, but he's
Smith.
hurt.
Yeah, Royals is an interesting pickup, but he has to play. It's Juju and Hollywood right now.
Yeah.
And Kelsey. I'm on Kansas City at 4.
Almost fossilized. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Maybe their highest ever.
I think I would guess that's right.
They were winning Super Bowls when we started this thing.
I don't think they've ever been out of the top 3.
The Olympics were in like Atlanta when we started these power rankings. The Chiefs are always top 3. 3, L.A.
Yes.
2, Bills.
Baltimore.
Yeah, the hell with you. I'm going Baltimore, too.
Really?
Yeah.
The Bills were the better team, you thought? Sunday night?
I think for me, it's just more win a game against the Bills. You lost in the division round. You lost then in week 1. You got it. I still think on paper they're probably better than the Bills by a bit.
I was tempted to fight for pushing Baltimore down further, for embarrassing themselves about all this vengeance they wanted in an opener after losing a playoff game. Like, okay, circus clown, have your fun. But, 2 for me.
Nice deflection. Not by you, by Dawson Knox. All right, there it is, the reverse AFC Power Rankings. Who's ever had more fun? They're brought to you by Powered Even by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Where did we get it wrong? 16 Dolphins, 13 Patriots, 12 Jets. Is it good? Is this going to be another year where it's just like, would you take 5-1 in the division? The toughest game, perhaps, the Bills have in their division is Sunday.
I think that's right. I think that might be right. I would have said at Patriots would be harder, but I don't know. With what the Jets did well and how the Bills looked, I think that lines up.
Yeah, and I don't know if I probably shouldn't want to completely abandon the Patriots' vibes after one game. Like, you should know not to do that. Mm-hmm. But, geez, what did they do?
FanDuel has the division right now at the Bills at -500, New England 850, Miami 1400, the Jets 2200.
The Jets are the pick by those prices. You can't bet anything -500.
No.
New England, conference loss at home to the Raiders. They gave up 362 to Geno. With Bowers hurt late. 2,200 for the Jets. Seems like, is there not a possibility that they're okay? They have to be on the Bills level to win it, and the Bills have such an easy schedule. But if the Jets win real quick, then break. If the Jets win Sunday, what does that look like? Like, they're not favored, but they're second. And they're distant fourth.
And I'll bet that number gets cut in half at least.
They're distant fourth.
If they beat the Bills, I bet they're like plus 1,000 instead of 2,200.
Yeah, I mean they would. Right. It would be a huge win if they were to get that. Big if. 803-0550. What do we miss? What about Sunday night? Still living in the glow, the afterglow of that game. If you want to talk about it, we do too. Ross Tucker today at 4. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR. Stock up on your favorite wines, spirits, game day.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it.
I think there was
Don't bitch and moan about it.
some plays that each of them would want back. Every game for every position isn't going to be hunky-dory. You know, using two safeties that were here before, Mike and Jordan, every game wasn't. The only thing that matters about the last game is what we do moving forward and understanding the improvements we got to make. Like I said, they each did some good things, and there were some plays that they would want back. There's no doubt that they're aware of that, like every player is, and they want to be really good. They put the work in to be really good, and we'll just continue to bank the reps. If we're peaking right now, we're peaking at the wrong time.
Bobby Babich played the opposite game with that clip. They did nothing good. They don't care, and they don't try. Okay.
And I can't believe we didn't just sign Jabril Peppers.
I mean,
said the Bills' defensive coordinator.
Not to say he doesn't mean all that, but holy cow, what would it sound like if he just hedged a little more? Yikes. I mean, what? What am I saying? I'm just having my fun. Good for him for not pretending that they had a great night, I think. At least he was pretty real about it, from to a certain extent.
Because they really did have a pretty scary bad night. The two of them just got. I'm not going over every play, but they were at the scene of multiple crimes. The safeties they had a tough time. We talked. I think yesterday late in the show, someone called talking about rep, like the angle he took, and he's stumbling, just not. He's probably not bringing Henry down anyway, which only makes the whole thing even worse, I think. But the bad angle, slow foot speed, clumsy Bishop just got pounded on that one. Just tough looks.
It was an amazing game. The Bills stole the game. They just stole the game, right? If you think about that, how that term is used in other sports, how is it? It's Dominic Hasek, as the show ever sounded older. It's just you get outshot badly, but you still win. And you win in that comparison, you score late to win, right? You're down 2-0 with 3 minutes left. It's like the 2007 team maybe is a better Sabres. You stole the game. They did a lot of that in those years. Okay, I wonder if the Bills had the Chiefs' schedule, say. And I'm not saying that everybody has that memorized, but I think fans sort of have a basic understanding that the Bills, the division looks terrible, and you've got New Orleans and Carolina. These it's soft. I wonder if so the Chiefs play the Eagles this week. How do we sound if we're playing one of those teams this week? Is it a different? I think yesterday was, wow, this is so much fun. I can't believe this is real. Allen is incredible. We had these calls yesterday. There were many great commentaries by fans yesterday on our show, I thought. Just trying to put some perspective on what this all really is and feels like and all of that. In terms of this season, I think Sunday's game is pretty scary. If you have, we'll see what it is. If Coleman really takes a huge leap and they don't turn the ball over again. The line stays healthy again. They sort of have the same pluses as last year with a Coleman, with somebody that could be a wide receiver one, then, sky's the limit. But, man, if they didn't play the Jets, the Dolphins, the Saints, the Patriots, the Falcons, the Panthers, that's their next 6 games. I wonder if we'd be like more on edge and like, oh my God, like that was just complete destruction by the Ravens until they backed off, I think, in the last couple of possessions, and the Bills took advantage.
I would love to be playing Kansas City this week,
yeah,
honestly, right? With the kind of shape they're in.
Yes.
So, but the overall point, yes, it was. There were a lot of things to be concerned about, scared about. It's also, I think, a matchup that is made. I think it's a harder matchup than Kansas City. I think Baltimore, even though the Bills have beaten them twice in the playoffs and they can't beat the Chiefs in the playoffs, I think matchup-wise, like the Ravens can do what they did early to them for most of the game, even on Sunday, just like they did last year. Like, they have that. The Chiefs have not done that to the Bills since the 2020 AFC Championship game. Like, they play the Chiefs, and it's like right down to the wire. And, in the regular season, the Bills win, and in the playoffs, the Chiefs win. But there's no, like, dominant. That's more of a balanced rivalry, I would say. The Ravens have a knockout punch that the Bills just don't seem to be able to. They're not equipped to handle it. So it's scary, but I don't have to play them again. So, yes, the schedule does soften up, but if they had better teams that we think more highly of coming up that aren't the Ravens, I don't know that I'd be in a panic about it. I think I'd feel all right. Because they did get that performance out of Coleman. That is, I think, for me, aside from Allen, and it's not to take Allen for granted. I mean, he had one of the best 251 yards passing and 2 rushing touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Is an incredible performance. So I don't want to overlook that or take it for granted, like I just said, but Coleman having the fourth quarter he had is a thing that I feel good about moving forward. Maybe the thing I feel the best about moving forward, because I think they are crying out for someone to emerge there. Everybody eats sounds good. They've got the hats and everything, and we'll see. Maybe it'll be another month before Coleman has a game even approaching what he did on Sunday, but he was available. He was open. These weren't like a bunch of jump balls. The only jump ball they threw him was the 2-point conversion that failed. I hated that call. I mean, it's a coin flip. That's your choice on a 2-point conversion with Josh Allen on your team. I don't know, but the rest of it, he got separation. He was open.
It was interesting. Like, nothing against him. Baltimore just gave him so much. They just played, I think, so soft there with the lead, which I think maybe most teams would do.
Yeah,
and the Bills did what they should have, which was take advantage of that. Not so much the last drive. They get a big penalty on the last drive and the Palmer play, and then, there's Coleman. He gets tripped up. You asked a good question yesterday. Like, does he score if he doesn't trip on that play?
Does he know to go down? Does Josh Palmer run over and try to tackle him? Because I think he's the closest guy on the field if he gets past the defender.
I would like to know that answer.
Yeah.
Here's David with us. Hi, David.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, thank you.
Hey, so, I love the Bills. I've been a Bills fan my whole life, grew up there, been through the 90s Super Bowls, all that good stuff. This was one of the most fun games I've watched in a really long time. It wasn't great, but it was super fun and, super exciting. But there is a black eye on this game, and I hate to say it came from Allen. And I see a lot of people on the internet, all the talking heads are talking about how Allen kind of disparaged the fans at the end of the game for leaving. And part of me understands, like, him saying this and his frustration, but there's a big part of me that gets upset with that. These fans are diehard. Everybody knows that the Bills fans are the best fans. They didn't really give us much to keep people in the seats beyond 11:30 at night, on a work night, on a school night, when trying to get out of that place is murder. So these people kind of had the same feeling as everybody else did that was watching the game from home, and they hit the stands. They tried to get out of there. So then Allen, in the moment, right after the game is over, says, have a little faith. Well, no offense, Allen, but, you have never really won the big game yet. So our faith is not quite there. This isn't like Mahomes saying, hey, have a little faith after winning a number of Super Bowls. This is Allen kind of trying to, I don't know, it seemed like he was big dogging us. And then he doubled down because he said something very similar to it at the post-game press conference where he said, I think it was kind of the same thing, like have some faith or And something about that is really putting like a sour taste in my mouth on probably the best game I've seen in years. The greatest win for sure. Maybe since the Oilers win in the 90s. I mean, what do you guys think about that? Am I overreacting? I don't like being felt like there's a guilt trip being put on the fans.
I think you might be taking it a little too personally. I mean, you've articulated your point very well. I don't know. At the risk of sounding like an apologist here for him, because I don't see myself as one, I just think he has hit home runs hundreds of times when it comes to the fans. I think he is very believable about his love for the community and his desire to win here. And, he was a little hot there, and they had just finished off this amazing comeback. It's the first game of the year. I would give him a pass for it myself. I'm not saying you have to, but if he's somebody that I had questions about, like sort of their commitment. Some of these guys, Jack Eichel might have always had kind of one foot out the door, right? Allen does not hit me that way. I think he's completely invested in this. And so fans left. He has never had to leave these games. He doesn't really know from experience the point you made about the traffic and everything else. It's a school night, right? Like I said yesterday, if the Bills were winning by that score, I would have been gone. It's not even about that they were losing. It's just like, all right, time to go. So I'm not inclined to rough them up.
I respect the caller's point. I think, though, you can't have everything. Like, if you want to lay claim, the fan base lays claim to being this extraordinary group and so passionate and diehard. And if thousands of them, and again, I'm almost sure I would have left too. Okay, just so that's clear. Like, I'm not judging anyone for leaving, but if you're going to fly the flag that you are somehow so different than every other fan base, then I think it's going to be noticed when you bail out. It just is. It was I'm going to say it was the first time I've ever recalled him doing anything that could even be slightly characterized as a misstep. Was that careful enough? He has been, straight A's every time he talks. Everything. So much so that I believe how genuine he comes across is real. And I'm often skeptical of that with guys, because they have an opportunity to present an alternate reality to you, usually, with the cooperation of the big media and their own team media and everything. But I think Allen comes across genuine, and he was genuinely frustrated by that, and I respect it, but I also am not judging anyone who wanted to leave. So I don't know if I'm trying to have everything. I don't love that he said it either. I'll leave it at that. I don't love that he said it, but I understand. He's real. Like, someone who's a little more packaged maybe wouldn't have said that.
He's pretty packaged, but not in that spot.
Not right.
You catch him.
It was raw, and so I didn't need to hear it. And I would understand anyone feeling judged by it, but I don't know. You got to check yourself there. Like, you know what the night game means when you go into it, and but it was 40-25 with 5 minutes to go. Derrick Henry scores. I told you, I got a friend who loves the Bills as much as anyone I know. It's like, I'm going home. And he lived like 2 blocks away. So he went home and watched it. He wasn't leaving the stadium, but it was easy to give up.
Speaking of packaged, if Allen talks tomorrow, what's he going to say? Yeah, sorry, I love the fans. It just was what I was feeling in that moment, and nothing personal. If it even comes up.
And it might even be,
you'll get your package
I don't
tomorrow.
know what his observations have been sitting in the stadium, but maybe it's the first time, well, I don't know if it's not the first time he's ever brought a team back in the fourth quarter, but to have seen fans leaving and then still win the game, that doesn't happen that often. Like, you're down so bad that fans actually want to leave Buffalo or Los Angeles, wherever, and then you win. That's pretty uncommon. So it's just an uncommon occurrence all around, I think.
I can't wait to leave everywhere I go. So just maybe you're asking the wrong guy.
Dude.
I can't wait to leave everywhere I go.
Let's leave. Yeah, right.
I can't. Oh, we're here. What time is it?
We get ready to leave the house, and in my head I'm going, let's leave so we can get back.
I know.
Like let's get going so that we can get back here sooner.
Oh,
very much.
I cannot wait to leave everywhere I go. All right, David. Good take. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Ross Tucker in 20 minutes on WGR. Yes, that's today. Ross coming up. He was in New Orleans for Cardinals Saints. And we'll get his takes on Bills, Ravens, and everything else, or whatever we can fit in here in the next little bit. By the way, for those wondering, and I was happy to get a tweet about this a couple of days ago, what about Trista? You guys had Trista on Tuesdays through the football season for a couple of years. I talked to her last night and today. We're going to have Trista on tomorrow at 6, and then maybe like kind of a casual every other week hit whenever we kind of can fit her in. We've got hockey coming up, and it's not always easy to do that. But we'll have Trista on. She'll be back with us this year, and her first appearance will be tomorrow.
All right, out of sight.
Evening, I guess I would want to say.
I like that somebody asked about it.
Yeah.
And they must have just asked you, or I blocked them. I don't know. I didn't see that.
Ah, well.
But good.
What else is new?
Yeah.
Here's Tony with us. Hi, Tony.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. I'm on the cautious side on this. He has just finished the game. He's still got the adrenaline going, and thousands of fans leave not believing in our quarterback and our team. I sort of question their loyalty as fans to give up that easily when you got the best quarterback in the game playing for you. So I'm behind Josh 100%. If you don't want to stay for the entire game, and I've never left a Bills game early, then I'm willing to take your tickets, and I'll go and sit there and cheer them on till the bitter end. But to get up and leave in a game when you're down by 15, and this man's your quarterback, it's appalling to me. I'll let you think about it and listen to your comments.
All right, I don't have to think about it at all. I don't think there's anything appalling about it, but I appreciate that you – I think the adrenaline point is a good one. I mean, he was really running hot after that. Did you see any of the footage of him outside of the interview where he said this? He is screaming in Matt Prater's face. Like screaming, like, welcome to Buffalo! Like the game is over. Like he was really wound up. So, I don't know. We'll see what he says tomorrow. But
he might take the Jackson rivalry really personally. You know, they're always compared with each other since the day one.
Yeah.
And the MVP stuff, I mean, it's a huge game. It's a huge win. Not that he wouldn't necessarily be like that if they beat the Saints at the gun, but this was a big one.
And by the way, how he said what he said. It's not like he ripped the fans. You know, he said, people are leaving, have a little faith. Like, I don't know, that it's more like a plea than it is a scathing attack on the fan base, to my ears.
I just do not equate the comment with a question of, no, I don't equate leaving the game with, like, sort of loyalty, right? I mean, the caller's like, you're disloyal. He's appalled. Come on, relax. I got young kids. It's midnight. I'm not getting home for an hour and a half in this traffic. How many times? I'll say it every time. Like, if the Bills are winning by 15 points, I'm out. I've had a nice time. It's super late. I'm exhausted. It's a long drive. Okay. It's not more than that. For most of the people that left, it wouldn't be more than that. They're not sitting there with win probability charts in the 300s trying to figure out whether they should stay for another 3 plays. No, it's just like, let's go.
Right.
It's not some sort of crime against humanity to leave a sporting event early. There'll be another one.
Right. Did anybody take off their Josh Allen jersey and burn it in a garbage can fire or something? Like, that would be appalling.
That would be something more. I would say the same, yes. I don't feel like I don't want to be called disloyal if I leave that game at, what time is it? 11:15 or something like that? I mean, I go to a lot of these games. I got a life to lead. I'm going. That's it. That's it. I'm sure there were a few people who were disgusted, in the way.
Sure.
But
yeah.
Come on. That's not most people who left. Ross Tucker next on WGR.
Off day today for the Buffalo Bills. They're back to practice tomorrow morning as they get ready to travel to New Jersey to take on the Jets this Sunday. And though while it was an off day, the Bills and Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment did announce a partnership to help grow the game of football in Canada. This partnership will include grassroots youth camps, exclusive apparel collaborations, and more. There was also a press conference held today in Toronto. If you want to listen back to that, you can find it on the Odyssey app or on our website, WGR550.com. Injury woes continue for the 49ers. Tight end George Kittle is being placed on IR. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games due to a hamstring injury. 49ers also are waiving kicker Jake Moody. Steelers are signing safety Jabril Peppers. That appears to come after reports that Steelers safety Deshaun Elliott is going to miss a few weeks with an MCL sprain, and no suspension for Jalen Carter after being ejected opening night for spitting on Dallas quarterback Dak Prescott just a few seconds into the game. It is ultimately going to be just a fine of over $57,000. Philly will next take on the Chiefs in Kansas City. The Sabres announced the 2025 Prospect Challenge roster. Games are going to begin down at Harbor Center on Thursday. They'll run through Monday. Paul Hamilton has more up at our website, WGR550.com. And the Bisons, they're on the road versus the Red Wings. First pitch just after 6 over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. 6:45, Mets at Phillies. Then just after 7 o'clock, Yankees host Detroit and the Jays. They have Astros in town. The Jays do hold a 2-game lead over the Yankees in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Welcome back. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. The Bills have just made a change at punter, waiving Brad Robbins after 1 game and replacing him with Cameron Johnston, who has appeared over the years with the Eagles, Texans, and Steelers. So that's just in. New kicker, new punter already this year, Bulldog. How do you like that?
Well, chemistry with the kicker is out the window. Prater's been here 4 days, so that's not a big deal. You got to worry about that, I
Although
guess.
night 1 didn't go that badly, I thought. But,
No, right.
you know, anyway.
But the punter was at the bottom of a chart. I saw charting punts. I try not to get too bent out of shape about stuff like that, but he was at the bottom. He had the worst week of any punter in the league.
I could see Ross on the plane home from New Orleans. Look, other than you, I can't think of anyone else who'd be looking at punt charts. But, you know, Ross is dug in like that.
I didn't go seeking them out. It just came across my feed.
Okay, you could be modest about
Let's
it.
go to the Western Heartline for our punter and analysts here right now.
Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Hello, Ross.
What's up, boys? How are you?
Great. How was New Orleans? Fun town.
Yeah, it is. That's like high on the list of cities that are absolutely fantastic to visit that I would never want to live in.
Okay.
You know, I mean,
Vegas.
think about like Vegas, New Orleans, even at this stage of my life, New York City, you know, like incredible to visit for a weekend. Can't imagine actually living there. I mean, if I lived in New Orleans, I'd be 400 pounds.
Yeah, I get that. Honolulu, right? Remember last year you went out there for like 1 day? That'd be tough.
Twice. Yeah.
Right.
So yes. Add Honolulu to the list. Thank you, Mike.
Well, let's get right to Bills Ravens then. I don't know if you were able to see much of it live. I'm guessing you're up to speed, though, of course. I mean, what a night, Ross. Another just Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson duel. Similar, I think, to a point anyway, to the playoff game where you had, you know, maybe the Ravens were the better team, but one or more mistakes did them in where the Bills were pretty clean and they pull out an unprecedented comeback, winning by, well, being down 15 with 4 minutes to go and winning in regulation. Pretty amazing stuff.
Well, so a couple of things. One is my flight was delayed coming back from New Orleans, but I was able to watch a bunch of it live.
Okay.
But then I am doing I'm doing Browns Ravens on Sunday for CBS. So I've already gone back and I've already watched the entire game, the tape of it. And what occurred to me is that on some level, the Bills do to the Ravens what the Chiefs kind of do to the Bills. You know, it's like the Ravens might have more talent or the Ravens might get the better of the action, but then somehow, some way late, you know, the Bills find a way to make the plays and the Ravens have a series of unfortunate events go against them. You know, I mean, like, you think about Derrick Henry never fumbles. He fumbled. Ed Oliver had a terrific game, by the way. But, like, the tipped ball that Keon Coleman catches for a touchdown, you know, the missed extra point, it really is crazy how many things had to happen for the Bills to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, to have a game where your quarterback throws, Ross, 251 yards in the fourth quarter, 2 rushing touchdowns. I mean, we've said so much about Josh Allen already in his career here, but it was another. I mean, that's a good game for most normal people. Like, even really, really good quarterbacks were like, it's not their best, but it'd be like, yeah, you know, 250, couple of rushing touchdowns, one on to next week.
He'd be fantasy quarterback 3 just from the fourth quarter, something like that.
Right. I mean, do you run out of? I mean, we talk 20 hours a week about these games, sometimes more. You're doing these games, you're doing all these podcasts. Do you run out of ways to talk about how great a player is?
Not him. I mean, I'll tell you guys a couple things, right, that you're gonna like. Hopefully, number one, watching the game live after I did Cardinals Saints. And let me just say this, like, Spencer Rattler played pretty well for the Saints, and Kyler Murray played pretty well for the Cardinals. But as I'm watching that game, I'm just imagining there's got to be like 20, maybe at least 20 fan bases watching Bills-Ravens. Just, it's like that meme from Napoleon Dynamite, like, I want that, you know, like just wanting a quarterback like that so desperately. I might even post this. I was thinking during the game, if there were no salary cap, I would love to know what the true value is of, like, Josh Allen to the Bills franchise. Like, the value creation from him, because I got to tell you guys, it's more than what he's getting paid, right? Like,
triple.
If Josh Allen were truly a free agent and any team could sign him, man, he would get a lot of money. I mean, he would get a lot of money because not only is he exactly what you're looking for as a player, you know, he's big, he's durable, he's tough, he's strong, has a big arm, he's fast, all those things. But I've only been around him a couple times. I know people that are friends with him. He's like the greatest guy. So I just want all the Bills fans driving right now. I just can't emphasize enough how happy you guys should be, how blessed you are to have him as your quarterback. Because if you watch him on TV and you think he seems like a good guy, he is. I mean, he's even better than that. He's like the greatest dude. Somebody, we have a mutual friend, and they called him a Labrador. You know, like, like just that type of, like, happy puppy. You know, like, that's him. He is everything you could ever want in a franchise quarterback, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say, you know, if he was truly a free agent and any team could sign him, I don't know what the number is, but you're talking $75 million, maybe more than that, because he really is worth it.
Ross, just also on the game, you say you're sort of prepping for Baltimore. A tipped pass is a tipped pass. A fumble is a fumble. Is there more? Like, people immediately went to the Ravens losing more often than anybody else with big leads, which, they also have big leads all the time. So that would be, they'd be more likely to fall into that category. But, too conservative. In the playoffs, for me, when I watch them and they lose these tough games, it's like Jackson needs to run more. I sort of have that kind of basic reaction to their games. And, he has a great run the play before the Henry fumble, then nothing the following series. Do you have a take like that? Like when a comeback like that happens, I feel like more of the spotlight is on the team that lost and how they did it.
Yeah, well, I think the part, like some of that stuff's fluky, but what's kind of unacceptable to me is the 2 catches they allowed at the end of the first half.
Okay.
In order to be able to get, that field goal at the end of the half, that's an unacceptable one to me, right? Like that is, and I can't remember, I think it was the second one got out of bounds, like no chance. No chance you allow them to have 2 big catches and get out of bounds. That felt like something the Chiefs would do to the Bills, not to bring up bad memories, but
no, you're right.
That is unacceptable. And then similarly, I would say, to allow some of the deep balls that they did late in the game. I mean, if they really just, if they were able to do what they did and not give up those big plays, they would have won. And then in the last 3 series, Lamar only ran it, one time, and he got a first down.
Yep, 13 yards.
That's the other thing that to me would be pretty unacceptable is like, wait a minute, what are we doing here where we're allowing this guy, like we're only having the ball in his hands one time? I mean, he's the guy that makes it go. He's the guy that is the difference maker. And so that would be pretty frustrating.
Yeah, I think he shies away a little bit in these big moments sometimes. The end of the half is a good one to bring up. That was another play. So, Ross, it's 20-10, and the Bills are at the Baltimore 47 with 8 seconds. That's one of those plays where you can hold everybody. And, the Bills don't have a timeout, so if Allen goes, good luck to him. But they got a new kicker, like maybe not as long as the average guy. That's one of those plays where you could get up on the line and just hold everybody at the line, 5-yard penalty, and all right, now what do you do? 2 seconds, you're at the 42.
Nah, they added some rule the last couple of years that if you do that, they'll give them the 5 yards and the clock will go back.
Oh, damn. All right, never mind.
Yeah. Everybody.
That used to be my favorite thing. Now I have to stop with that.
Now, which is why they got rid of it.
Okay, well, that's good. They should have, Ben. That's right. It was a way to sort of game the game.
Ross, obviously the end of the game is the thing that's been talked about the most, but the other 55 minutes of the game happened too, and the Bills had a very tough time, to say the least, handling both Jackson and Henry. I mean, just the Henry rushing was just a terror to watch. How worrisome, because on one hand, they've got the Jets coming up this week, and the Jets had a pretty good day running the ball against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not as good as Baltimore had against Buffalo, but still pretty good. Fields is athletic, not as good as Jackson, but still challenging. And I just wonder, is it just a bad matchup, Baltimore? Like you already said, like the Bills do to Baltimore kind of what Kansas City does to Buffalo, but in a different way. I like the matchup against Kansas City more than I do against Baltimore. I think Baltimore is more capable of just putting you down in a way that the Bills very, very infrequently have that done to them.
Well, it's funny. We've talked about this before, probably last year. By every statistical measure, the Ravens are the best team in football. You look at yards per play, like they are the analytic darlings. But they're also like a really good example of that is not what ultimately matters. What ultimately matters is whether or not you win the game and how you play when it matters most. And the Ravens are like the regular season champs of the world, and they have not found a way to get past Buffalo or Kansas City in the playoffs. But you're right. There's part of me that feels like, I do these power rankings on the Raw Sucker Football podcast every Tuesday, and I think the best way to do a power ranking show is to say, who would you pick? Who do you think would win a best of 7, like a NBA or baseball series in like Wichita, Kansas, or my backyard, some neutral location, right? And the answer is I feel like I would take the Ravens because I feel like over time they're just a better team and they would win more of the games in a series. Their problem is it doesn't feel like they can win the one that counts, the one that matters in the playoffs.
Wichita, by the way, another city you might like to visit but not live in. I think I've just been there a couple of times, and I'm just going to throw that cheap shot in.
Hold on a second. You've been there?
I have. I've been to the dog track in Wichita, by the way. That's
that's living right there.
Like a place, that does not seem like a place I'd even want to visit.
Well, I'm not going that far. Insider Call is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. How about if we haven't totally covered it here, the AFC landscape after week 1. Kansas City loses. The Worthy injury, Ross, might be big. Cincinnati, 7 yards in the second half. Houston, 9 points. The Dolphins and the Patriots, not to mention the Jets, who may be impressed but still lost. It was already kind of like there was a top tier, Ross. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to say this about the Chiefs, but is it maybe more likely than it seemed a week ago that Buffalo, Baltimore, or even Kansas City are going to come out on top?
Yeah, probably. I mean, we talked about this last week, but I cannot possibly state enough how important it is that the Bills got that win. Like, this whole season, these next 16 games are all about getting the number 1 seed. And now they have a game up. That they have a game advantage on Kansas City, who looked vulnerable, and on Baltimore, who I don't know if I'd say they looked vulnerable, but they have a game up on those guys. They got to keep it. The Patriots didn't look very good. The Jets maybe look better offensively than we think. The Dolphins looked horrendous. If the Bills aren't the number 1 seed this year, they're never going to be.
When, right.
Yeah, this is the year. And to win that game Sunday night, that's probably the difference. Or could be the difference, right? That's a huge, huge, huge factor. And now the Chiefs have to play the Eagles, which is interesting on Sunday, probably the game of the day, but another very losable game for Kansas City.
While we're on the Chiefs, what did you think of the Chargers? Are they? I feel like maybe this did come up last week with us. Are they a team? It's only 1 week, I know, but could they be the team that sort of cracks that top tier, the top 3 that we've talked so often about?
That would surprise me, but they look pretty good, man. I mean, Herbert, that's about as well as I've ever seen him play. And maybe more importantly, the Chiefs are already getting banged up with Xavier Worthy out, and, I don't know how long, and Rashee Rice is suspended. So now they got to play these next few games, you would think, without their 2 best receivers. And then, the Chargers kind of, I thought, beat them up front on both sides of the ball, which I thought was really, really interesting and probably noteworthy with them going against Philly on Sunday. So certainly the Bills fans, you guys have a heck of a day on this upcoming Sunday, right? You cheer on the Bills to beat the Jets, and then at 4:25, you got to root like heck for the Eagles to beat the Chiefs and drop the Chiefs to 0-2. That would be gigantic.
Ross, I want to ask you about Jalen Carter. So we found out a short bit ago he'll not be suspended for spitting at Dak Prescott. He did get a fine. They're counting the game he missed by being ejected basically as his suspension. I thought about you during, and you had that game, I know, and we also saw Prescott spit on the field like a couple seconds before. I'd love your take. I thought about you because I was thinking that in dog piles at the line of scrimmage, I feel like there's probably been some spitting. Like this is one where it's sort of before the play and the camera's on it and it's plain to see. But as a lineman yourself, I wondered if hopefully not, I think, but maybe there's been worse. There's been that, or whatever happens in the trenches.
Yep. So two things: unbelievably unacceptable, obviously, and just insanely selfish to do that to your team in that moment. And interestingly, I was spit on in my face twice while I was starting for the Bills in 2004. I don't know. I guess I just had that effect on people.
It was the uniform.
Once was against Cleveland at home. Once was at Cincinnati. The Cleveland guy, I don't know how he did it, but he must have maybe there was a TV timeout or something, because for him it was not spit. Like, he had a mouthful of water that he spit in my face. But I think that guy had some mental health issues, and I just didn't want him to kill me or, break my arm. And then the Bengals guy, this is back when, I didn't say anything after the game, and this is back when I guess there wasn't enough cameras for them to catch it. Obviously, the refs didn't see it. The Bengals guy, I remember screaming at Marvin Lewis, the Bengals head coach, because, I knew him from my time with him in Washington, and I wanted him to send the guy back out so I could try to break his leg, but he did not.
He wouldn't.
So I've actually interacted with the Bengals guy either on text or social media, and he's embarrassed by it. So I'm not going to say these guys' names.
Okay.
They were in their 20s and they did a dumb thing. It's not like I don't need to 20 years later literally bring it up and get them in trouble. But to answer your question, yes. So interestingly, only ever happened to me twice in my life, and it was the two Ohio games in the 2004 season, infamous 2004 season with the Buffalo Bills.
Back-to-back weeks. That team, you lived it.
Was it back-to-back weeks?
Yes. The last 7 games where the Bills were on that roll, including the Steeler loss at the end, 29 takeaways in those 7. More than 4 per game takeaways by the Bills defense that year. Wow. What an incredible run that was in 04. Well, wonder if those that you filled the story out they were young, but I wonder if some guys that's their thing. This is the thing that I do when I can't control myself anymore. I'm just going to spit at you. Anyway.
So I think you guys know this, but Trey Teague was the center when I was with the Bills, and I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but Trey Teague was the center when I was at the Bills, and after a game one time, he told my wife's father, at the time my fiance's father, that I was the meanest guy in the NFL, meanest guy he'd ever seen or played with. And my father-in-law kind of laughed and smiled. And then, he drove back to Pennsylvania 5 hours after the post-game tailgate. And he tells the story now that, about halfway through the drive, he was like, wait, my daughter's marrying the meanest guy in the NFL?
Do I want that?
He thought it was cool in the moment when Trey said that to him. But then when he was driving home, he was like, that doesn't sound like the person you want marrying your daughter. And McNally always said that about me too. I don't know. I don't think I was mean. I just thought that was the only way it was fun. I wasn't out, blocking people is not fun. Trying to really, kill guys and throw them to the ground and smash them, that's what I enjoyed about the sport. I'm not one of those guys, I miss the camaraderie in the locker room. I miss the violence. You can't replicate that anywhere else in life. Oh, I got to go. I got another thing at 5:25.
Sure.
I got to go, boys.
All right. Bye, Ross.
See ya.
Ross Tucker.
There you go. There's our man Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Ross Tucker, by the way. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. Your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
The 04 season. That was pretty crazy. What a crushing letdown at the end. But, man, they were super hot. All right, back to present day. 803-0550. Fans, first hour was brought up what Josh Allen said about the fans leaving. Not everybody loved to hear it. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. We'll look for your calls again after the break. This is WGR.
Buffalo Bills get back to work tomorrow morning as they get ready to travel to New Jersey to take on the Jets. Ahead of that, though, the Bills are making a change at punter. Brad Robbins has been waived. Cameron Johnston has been signed. Kicker Matt Prater also has been signed to the active roster. And while it is an off day, the Bills and Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment announced a partnership to help grow football in Canada. For more on this partnership, there was a press conference earlier today in Toronto. You can listen back to that over on the Odyssey app or on our website, WGR550.com. Injury woes do continue for the 49ers. Tight end George Kittle being placed on IR. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games due to a hamstring injury. 49ers also waived kicker Jake Moody. The Steelers are signing safety Jabril Peppers. This comes after reports that Steelers safety Deshaun Elliott is going to miss a few weeks with an MCL sprain. And no suspension for Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter. He was ejected opening night for spitting on Dallas quarterback Dak Prescott. Instead, his only punishment will be, of course, that ejection and a game check fine, just over $57,000. Philly next takes on the Chiefs in Kansas City. And the Sabres, they announced their 2025 Prospect Challenge roster. Games will begin down at Harbor Center on Thursday and run through Monday. Paul Hamilton has more up at our website, WGR550.com. It's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR 4947 wins 2 tickets to see Adam Sandler at KeyBank Center Sunday, September 21st, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets available now at Ticketmaster.com. Good luck. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, 803-0550. I think we're open the rest of the day, right?
Indeed we are.
Sal's day off. Trista tomorrow. Dan Leberfeld also tomorrow, and probably Sal in between. Let's go to Tom here. Hi, Tom.
How you doing, Mike? And Bulldog, long time. Mike, hilarious what you said. You get somewhere and you can't wait to get the hell out.
Cannot wait to leave anywhere I go. Yes. I mean, sad but true.
In fact, my mom comes over to my house when she was alive. She said, Tommy, we're not staying very long. I was like, okay.
And they walk in the door. We're not staying long.
Win-win.
Right.
Anyways, about the Josh comments, the thing is, I understand what he's saying. I don't blame the fans for leaving at all, but I think the thing is the fans had no confidence in the defense. It had nothing to do with Josh. It was like, we aren't stopping these guys, and what the hell is the matter? Right. I think that was the point, and Josh may have taken it a little bit personal, but I'm we all love him, and I get it. And I get it both ways, but I think that was the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me personally, like, I have a very hard time criticizing people for doing something that I can't say with 100% certainty at all. And it's very far from 100% certainty that I wouldn't do myself. So I'm definitely not one who's going to attack the fans about leaving. So I guess I would I wish he wouldn't have said it. I said that earlier. It's not the hottest take in the world. Like, I'm not mad at him. I mean, I get it. And, he's a team guy. Like, he's not, like, thinking the fans didn't believe in him as much as they didn't believe in the team. And that's not nuts, considering, like what Tom just said, how the game had gone to that point. I mean, that moment, that's the second Derrick Henry touchdown, right? To make it 40-25. And, like, all right, check, please.
The Bills get stopped after that. They punt after that. So the Ravens have the ball, 9:18 left, up 15.
So, look, I mean, I know, look, there's nothing we love more, I think, than to judge our fellow. I don't say love more, but being in this chair for the amount of time that we've been in these chairs, I'm bringing you into it now too here. When stuff like this happens, the fan that feels the pride of never having left wants to let everyone else have it. And, like, okay, have your day, have at it. But to me, everyone should fan the way they want to fan. It doesn't mean you love them any less. It just means, like, real life came storming in and you thought, there's no way we're doing this. I'm getting out of here.
Well, I mean, yes, And again, I'll say again, I'm not sure it really gets analyzed that hard by fans necessarily. Like, what are my odds? Is it the offense or the defense that I'm leaving in protest of or anything like that? This is more Sabres than Bills for me. It's so long ago, but if I'm at a Sabres game, like Montreal or somebody, and I'm down 5-1, like I'm going. I'm not calculating odds of winning. It's like I don't want to watch them celebrate, especially if like the playoffs or something. I wouldn't want to sit there and watch Baltimore celebrate on Sunday night. I've seen enough, and it's late. That's it. Like lots of different people leaving, all kinds of different reasons. But is there really sort of like a football breakdown that happens in your mind?
No,
there doesn't have to be.
It's emotional. It's just, this is cooked. I'm not having fun anymore, and everything you've already said. I've got X amount of time to get home, and it's going to be worse if I wait till the end, so I'm going to get a head start. I don't know. To me, and I don't think this is not just me being older now. I don't think I've ever felt. I said yesterday we were talking about, or maybe late last week, that we were reliving some memories and whatever, like awful moments you were there for. Maybe it was just yesterday. That New England game, the 4th and stupid game, it was midway through the third quarter. I left. I mean, I don't know. Like Drew Bledsoe is not Josh Allen. Wasn't Josh Allen, but whatever. I've left stuff. It just that's how many years ago was that?
That would be 23 years ago.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's not ever a thing I want to get in the way of because I can't with conviction say you shouldn't do it because I know I would do it.
Bill next. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good to talk to you guys. I was at the game. I stayed. I'm glad I did. I had to work the next day, but I got to say one thing. I don't think Allen attacked anyone. He just said, when we saw people leaving, and he basically was saying, it affects you. We're trying to entertain and play this game, and our fans, some of them are leaving. It's not over, folks. Just have a little faith next time. I think that's what he was saying.
That is actually what he said, literally, is have a little faith.
Yeah. Right. And I don't think it was an attack. I think it was a really reasonable thing for someone to say who's doing something in front of you, for you. So, but late at night, other factors, I get it. But I tell you what, I was in my section, and I told everybody, the Bills are going to win this game. I kept saying it. And the guy that sits next to me, he's a big fan, huge. He said, Bill, you're over the top here. And I said, Joe, we're going to win this game. He goes, how? We can't stop them. They have the ball, 4 minutes left. It's over. And I said, we need a turnover. And like 10 seconds later, the ball got punched out. And he started slapping me going, maybe. And,
yeah.
it was the momentum turner, like the coach said. I'll hang up and listen.
Okay, Bill. Listen,
good call.
If they're down, yeah, right. If they're down to the Dolphins, week from Thursday, it's 11:30 at night again. This game ended at 11:35, so a little earlier. Are the people who left, even knowing what happened on Sunday, staying then? Like, just oh my God, get me out of here! Is there some parachute or something I can take just right to my car from up here? Is there some faster way to leave? I don't know. Like, I don't blame anybody for doing that either. Let's go to Tim next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, guys. Great to be with you. Long-time listener out of here in Toronto. Nice to see the Bills focusing a bit on Southern Ontario, and certainly have noticed that difference. What I'd love to chat about, and this might sound a bit weird, but ultimately, I've been a Bills fan my entire life. Have stuck with them through the dark years, and obviously, I'm enjoying every single minute. But I think what's interesting is that Josh is just such a likable guy. This era of Bills football, with the success he's had, also the way that he plays the game, and the fact that, Ross Tucker said it, everybody thinks he's really just the best guy around. I enjoy every minute of this, but there's also a bit of sadness inside me that I don't think there's any chance possible for me to like a Bills team or a Bills era more than this one. So obviously I'm soaking every moment up, but there's also a bit of tinge of sadness in me that there's no chance I'm ever going to be happier with the Bills than I am right now, if that makes any sense. Obviously, a Super Bowl would be nice, but we'd just love to get your comments on that.
Can I ask, Tim, if you don't mind, how old are you?
I am 42.
42, okay. I think, well, what do I know? This is sort of rude to even say, but I think you're just young enough to feel like that's right. Because I would tell you, a decade older than you, it's really tough to sort of love players like you did when you were younger. Or I mean that about myself. Like, everything about it is believable and authentic and great, but it's different when, like, they're about your kid's age. And then, like, it's just,
Right.
I found this with the Sabres. When I started being a season ticket holder for the Sabres, there were players I was friends with. There were players who were older than me, and it felt like I was right in the wheelhouse. And as a kid, of course, you love everything. But then when the players are half your age, then it just felt weird, to love them. So that's why I think older people sound the way they do, where they love the old days. They love the old players because you were sort of like growing up with them almost. And now it's just, Alan is 29, I'm 53. I mean, all right, you're not going to see me in his jersey. It's just, I've got jerseys from the 90s, guys, So I think 42, I think you're topping out. I think it's the perfect timing for them and you.
I think when I was around the caller's age, I had a problem with vacations where I would go, drive to Ocean City, Maryland for 7 or 8 days to be with my family. And by the third day, and I definitely did this when I was younger too, but I was still doing it when I was in my 40s, I would start thinking about, oh no, there's only 4 more days. Oh, only 3 more days. And that would sort of consume more, but not all of it. I mean, I still had fun, but I was too often thinking this is ending. And everything ends. And you have to work a little bit. If you're wired that way, like the caller is saying, he's already thinking that way about Josh Allen and these Bills. Try to just push that aside. You don't sound like it's dominating your thoughts, but it's there. You're compelled to call us and tell us that. It can be really hard to not think about this is fun, but it's going to be over soon. You have to really work in life to avoid that, I think.
Yes. The caller mentions the press conference in Toronto today. I'm not smart enough to know what to make of it. I do love an exclusive apparel collaboration as much as anybody else, but I just it was just so corporate and, good, right? Good. In a word, good.
Sure.
Grow it. I'm not threatened. Just not anymore. Multifaceted
right.
Partnerships and exclusive collaborations. It did trip
some unpleasant memories of the Ralph Wilson news conference there with the Rogers people and him marveling at the cranes and all the stuff. That was a very dark time, and we're obviously, through that and not worried about that anymore. But that was the only it took a bit for me to get to okay, this is not anything bad.
Good thing they have that stadium built.
Right.
Looking forward to all 12 times a year it's used. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. We'll be right back. This is WGR. Welcome back. Phone lines are busy. People talking about Josh Allen's comments, of course, the game, big picture stuff as well. Bills over the Ravens Sunday night. The Jets on the road Sunday at 1 on WGR. I'll be here for postgame. The Bisons are in Rochester. If you looked outside, I'm like, wow, this would be a great night. Season's almost over. They're in Rochester this week. Not that you couldn't go there. It's probably about as nice out.
I would guess.
Usually it's close.
Yep.
Let's go to Bill here. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. I'm in my 50s. The best era of Bills football to me is definitely the 90s. I think 90s football, the 2000s were the best football in the NFL ever. I like the 30 carry a game running back. I still like those kind of guys.
Okay.
I love that football when the running back was the main focus. But, like, to get to the thing of Allen, what Allen said, I wasn't at the game, but, like, I know for myself, now that I'm kind of older, like you guys are kind of saying, when Lamar Jackson broke that third and long run, when they had like 5 guys trying to tackle him and get him, I went upstairs to brush my teeth. I was like, okay, this game's probably over. And then Henry had the long run after that. But I was able to still come down and watch the game, so no big deal. But I can understand why fans left. I pretty much given up on the game sitting at home. Luckily, I was home to watch it again. I wanted to bring up a point, though, and I want you guys to take on this. When Jalen Carter spit in that guy on Prescott, or missed him, but he spit at him, right?
He got him.
He got him, yeah.
I said right then and there, okay, what are they going to do? They should obviously suspend him for a game, but then I know they're playing the Chiefs. I'm like, the NFL's going to get around this somehow because they want him out on that field for the repeat of the Super Bowl last year. They want the competitive game. They want the eyeballs on. They want the best game possible. They won't end up suspending this guy. They're going to say, oh, that'll count as a suspension. And then the Lamar Jackson thing, where the fan is completely wrong. You got to be a moron to do what he did. You don't touch a player. It's just stupid, right? He got suspended, whatever, no big deal. But Jackson, you got to suspend him for a game, putting his hands on a fan. I don't care what the fan did. Come on, man. He's got a helmet on. He hit him in the head. He wasn't going to get hurt from that. You got to suspend him. But again, they're not going to suspend Jackson because they're one of the competitive teams this year that everybody's got their eyes on. And without your starting quarterback, they don't want the Ravens to start off 0-2. And from what I know, they haven't suspended him yet. And I don't think they're going to for the reason I said. What do you think of those guys not being suspended both a game?
I think it's fair. What you're saying is fair, but I don't think it's bad. Like, if maybe it's not even fair. If it matters at all, like who's on the schedule next or what the calculus is of the whole season, that's entertainment. That's sort of the business. We're used to that sort of thing. So fair. I can see why someone would think it, but I don't need suspensions. I don't think I'm not outraged. So
I'm not outraged, but I would love to know if Charlie Kolar had shoved that fan. If the NFL would take the opportunity, because look, I don't think the person who got shoved. I don't know, and I haven't heard anything about this person. I know that they've been, they're not allowed in the Bills Stadium or any other NFL stadium for the foreseeable future. I think is how I saw it put. Anyway, I know there was a date, a year or whatever. I doubt they were injured, but Jackson put his hands on a fan, like in the stands. Like he reached into the stands to shove this person. And I think if you want to be serious about not having that happen, some discipline, I think, is called for. You shouldn't just be allowed to do that. I reckon the fan made the mistake, but you got to, as Jackson, and running hot, you're excited, you're killing this team. Your fans in the building are chanting MVP at you. So I understand emotion, but let the league, if the league's going to throw him out or the Bills are going to throw this fan out, then that's how it gets. That's justice. Shoving him was wrong.
He gets fined, right?
I hope so. I think something should come of it.
I don't want Bulldog just take me maybe at the most half seriously, or I wouldn't want fans to start shoving all the players hoping that they can get him into suspensions.
That's not a good idea.
Hoping they can bait him into a fight. You can't touch me.
Yeah.
We don't want that. Obviously, you're speaking, you mentioned Kolar. You didn't see what he did.
Oh, no.
In the parking lot. The video's out there. Time for a break. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR. Mike Schopp here for our friends at Empire Electric, sponsors of the Reverse AFC Power Rankings, which we ran through earlier.
We've been living in sin so long, all the fields are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, alright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life.
Off day today for the Buffalo Bills. They'll get back to work tomorrow morning as they get ready to travel to New Jersey to take on the Jets. Ahead of that, though, the Bills are making a change at punter. Brad Robbins has been waived. Cameron Johnston has been signed. Also notable, kicker Matt Prater has been signed to the active roster. And again, while it wasn't off day, the Bills, though, did announce that they and the Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment have agreed to join a partnership to help grow the game of football in Canada. And for more on this partnership, there was a press conference in Toronto. You can listen back to that over on the Odyssey app or on our website, WGR550.com. Injury woes continue for the 49ers. George Kittle placed on IR. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games due to a hamstring injury. 49ers did also waive kicker Jake Moody. The Steelers are signing safety Jabril Peppers. This does come after the reports that Steelers safety Deshaun Elliott is going to miss a few weeks with an MCL sprain. And no suspension for Jalen Carter after being ejected opening night for spitting on Dallas quarterback Dak Prescott. Instead, it is now just a fine for ultimately a game check, just over $57,000. Philly next takes on the Chiefs in Kansas City. Sabres announced their 2025 Prospect Challenge roster. The games will begin down at Harbor Center on Thursday and run through Monday. Paul Hamilton has more up at our website, WGR550.com. And then in baseball, Bison's on the road versus the Red Wings. First pitch just after 6 over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. 6:45, Mets at Phillies. And then just after 7, Yankees host Detroit. And the Jays, they have the Astros in town. Toronto holds a 2-game lead over the Yankees in the AL East. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
It's nothing you did.
It's not you, it's me.
It's not you. It's you, but you didn't cross me.
And the Bulldog.
Why did I choose? Why did I just stay in school?
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
You know, I'm going to pass it to you guys. I had an idea here for the 5 o'clock hour, but callers with various different takes on things are ready to go. So let's see what you're going to do here for us, right? You like that idea, Bulldog? You in?
I do.
Did you have something you want to?
No,
I'm just going to put my idea in my pocket for now.
Yeah, save it. Bank it. We've got the people want to be heard.
It is a Bills take. It's not even like just sort of that sandwich you brought or fantasy.
Yeah.
So relax out there. Justin is with us. Hello, Justin.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
About the Josh stuff, I don't have a problem with what he said personally. I knew as soon as he said it, right, like it was gonna cause like some people to kind of, there'd be some blowback, and there's a human element to this. Bulldog already said, like he was running hot after the game, and I think, let's be honest, the Bills don't really win a lot of these games, right? I mean, this is the first time in a while where we've kind of been on the other side, whether it's 13 seconds or whether it's, the spot, getting the first down last year. I just think that he's, he is like a Labrador, like Ross said, and Labs want to please people too. This is, he just delivered an epic, like a signature performance for him. And one of the best games in that stadium's history. And I think there's, hey, you guys should have stayed. But anyway, just wanted to kind of throw that at you guys. I'll hang up.
And look, I have no problem defending people leaving. It should be said. Like, I don't know, I guess maybe a half a dozen people that I would consider friends of mine who left this game. And every one of them feels terribly that they left. Like, it's not like they're proud of it. They know they blew it, that they should have stayed. And, if you could do it over again, you would stay. I mean, they love the Bills. They're not mad at anything. They were having a bad time and decided, I want to get out of here. Like, that's life. I mean, you leave things that aren't going the way you want. This isn't fun anymore. I'm going to choose to do something else. Primarily get in my car and begin the process of getting home and trying to start, a fresh week. So, like, I don't know one fan is like, yeah, I left and I'm damn glad. I mean, who would say that? So, you blew it. Anyone can understand, at least I shouldn't say anyone. I can understand, I think a lot of us can understand why you would want to leave. But no one's proud of it or happy that they did it. You can defend it because life is life, but you blew it if you left. I mean, it was an incredible game to be a part of. I mean, I was flattered to be asked by Tim Graham to help compile a list of the top 25 games in the history of the stadium. And I don't think this game would have outranked the comeback game or 51-3 for me, but man, for a regular season game, it's right up there at the top. This is fresh in my memory. I still have my list. There's not a regular season game that comes to mind that would be more memorable than this. There's recency bias, whatever. That was incredible that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm the guy that's resentful of the fans who left because they had to get that extra hour of sleep, that'd be the next day. Monday morning at work, I'll be the guy like, how's that? You look great. How's that extra? That must be that extra hour of sleep you got.
Right.
You look great. The Sabres had to have that quarter. You had to have that extra hour of sleep. Look at what you started by leaving the game. Look at what you started. To the caller's point about how the Bills haven't had many of those kinds of wins, Sneaky Joe retweeted an AP writer. Starting a drive trailing by a score, not 15 points or even 7 or 8, which was 8. Starting a drive trailing by one score in the final 4 minutes of regulation. The playoffs included, Josh Allen was 0-16 before Sunday. Only Brad Johnson since 2000 worse, 0-17. Poor Brad Johnson gets a stray.
Catching, yeah.
But starting a drive, so 40-32 after the Henry fumble, like even from there, Allen doesn't have a win in that situation. Maybe Minnesota or one of these games, they took the lead. I mean, 13 seconds, they take the lead.
Right.
And then lose the game anyway or overtime or something. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. It's no kidding. They don't have wins like that.
Right. It's uncommon in the history of the league. I mean, if you watch the whole game again, you're not sitting in the 300 level or a suite, wherever you are, thinking about concocting the statistical oddity that this game is about to become if the Bills come back and win it. But 277-0 is the record of teams that did what Baltimore had done to the Bills by that point. 40 points and 235 yards rushing. 200, or was it 237 or 277? It's a ridiculously large number and 0. So, if you felt like it was futile, you've got a lot of support. You got a lifetime of watching football to feel like, yeah, it's probably not our day.
Let's go to Roland next. Hi, Roland.
Hi, guys. I just want to say that I thought for the second half at least, I thought the Bills' efficiency was outstanding. It wasn't like this was the first game of the season after the preseason, and yet they looked like they were in like top playoff form. I didn't see false starts. I didn't see players not knowing their assignments. They were all locked in, and I think that was obviously coaching, but also Josh Allen's leadership and their willingness to buy into his determination, and their concentration was remarkable. We just the balls that weren't dropped, no bad snaps, no bad handoffs, basically, no turnovers. We had to get a fourth down, kind of a miracle touchdown, but other than that, I thought they were just in tremendous form for the first week of the season, and I think that's a great sign of things to come. Thank you.
Okay.
In the second half, for sure, or certainly in the fourth quarter, it took until then for them to really find their way to throwing the ball down the field at all. I mean, thank God they did it.
Did you see the exchange? Jeremy tweeted it between Shakir and Palmer.
Yes.
And Palmer said something like, "When do we get going?
When do we hit the gas here?" Basically.
And Shakir says late fourth. And like to the previous stat, when does that ever happen though? Like, what is Shakir talking about? Does he watch games? Like, when are the Bills? Well, you've got it. When they had to, they did it, and that feels great for them. Like when they had to, they did it. But do they ever really want to? It's almost like you could say the same thing about the Ravens. For as special a team as that's supposed to be, can I have a stop, please? In those late possessions, Ross Tucker brought up end of the first half, valid. And, one of these times, this is the Bills and the Chiefs, as Ross said, with the Ravens and the Bills. Can I just maybe get a play-action pass to work so that I don't have to need Derrick Henry to just move the chains every time, or else I'm going to get beat? Like, let's just maybe be a little bit more trusting of what else we can do. Both teams maybe have that challenge where they really don't want to sling it. I don't think it's really who they want to be. I think they want to be bullies.
Yeah.
And when they're put together, it's awesome because they can kind of do it to each other like we saw Sunday night. Here's the caller, how great the Bills were. They got stomped by the Ravens defensively in this game. And if you play them again, you better have a better idea, a better plan, because as the Bills took a, importantly, huge step, even though it's still week one, toward home field and a bye maybe. Like maybe they get Baltimore again. Is there anybody better? Maybe they get Baltimore again and you get that game here, perhaps because of this outcome. But damn, if you do, it's maybe not going to be enough to just not have false starts.
Yeah, and they did do really a lot of the same sorts of things they did in the playoff game. And in the playoff game, Henry didn't really hurt them that much at all, really. They did a very good job on Henry. It was Jackson throwing the ball down the field in that playoff game that was responsible for most of that. But the thing that was similar is that the Bills were aggressive. They blitzed a lot in that playoff game, and they blitzed, I think I saw 40%, something like that, which for them it's at the bonkers number. But the idea was sitting back on him isn't effective, so let's attack. And I don't know, they're gonna have to come up with a better plan than that because it did not work. I mean, their passing game wasn't super explosive, but Flowers got loose a few times. They're just gonna need a better overall way to handle that team. That's the first time. I don't know, that's not right. I think we're done with they've got a cheat code on the Ravens, on Jackson, they know how to handle them. That I don't know, man. That's 3 games in a row where their offense has pretty much ragdolled you.
Yeah, twice last year and then Sunday, right. Sure. Mickey is next. Hi, Mickey.
Hey, how are you guys?
Great, man.
So that game, in my opinion, I've been watching football since 1969. I'm 63. That is by far the best game I've ever seen in my entire life. The end of that game was phenomenal. Josh Allen came onto the field, and he was not nervous one bit. He calmed that whole team down to slow that game down with 3 minutes left in the game. It was unbelievable. The other thing I want to say is once Hoyt and Ogunjobi. I said it the wrong name. I'm sorry.
No, you got it. Hoyt and Ogunjobi. Those are the two.
Yeah, once they come back, Derrick Henry will not be able to get anywhere near that yardage because it just looked like Daquan Jones really got destroyed. And the other thing is our two safeties. I keep saying this. Neither of them can tackle. I'd like to see Poyer, even though he doesn't have all the speed that he used to have, he still can tackle. And the other one I'm going to tell you right now, everybody's going to laugh at me about it, but Hamlin, he could tackle too. Cole did not. He couldn't tackle anybody. He was terrible back there. And I think that's why he ran like he did. Because he got to the second level, and these guys couldn't make a tackle.
Okay. Thanks, Mickey.
They had a very bad day on the back end. There's no arguing that. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Hoyt especially is a piece that I think is going to be interesting to see when he does get back. Ogunjobi to me is just a guy on the defensive line. I didn't love that signing, and I think the Bills sort of felt that there's nobody else to turn to, so we're just going to put our heads down and live through it. The rookies. I saw this earlier from a friend of mine who was going through the All-22, or at least watching the game back. And Sanders was on the field for 4 of the Baltimore touchdowns. Like, it's not saying like he's at the scene of the crime exactly, like it's his mistake, but he did not play a lot of snaps. And 4 of the touchdowns came on plays where he was on the field. Walker was on the field for 2. And between the two of them, I don't think they got to 30 snaps. I think like 16 and 12 might have been the breakdown on the two of those guys. Man, to have a quarter of your snaps, if I'm right about 16 for Sanders, go for touchdowns is tough.
Tough. Thanks, Mickey. Beth is next. Hi, Beth.
Hey, how's it going today? Happy Tuesday.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I really think Bills fans shouldn't criticize other Bills fans. Those fans that left the game early did for their own reasons. They already paid a huge amount for tickets, for parking, a huge commitment. Other than, I didn't go to the game, so they're way more vested than I was. If they needed to leave, they needed to leave. We shouldn't be criticizing our own fans. The announcers, the players, we just shouldn't criticize. Their own punishment, if you would, is that they missed a great comeback.
Right. Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm not doing it. Neither is Bulldog. That's how I feel. Let's go to George. Hi, George.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Yep. I just got a couple points. One was, I don't know if you guys happened to see at the end of the game when they were going through and showing everyone congratulating. One of my takeaways was it was awesome to see Joey Bosa be like, oh, my God, what world am I living in? This is incredible. And then they cut back to him talking to Spencer Brown. And Spencer Brown, was talking to him. I can't read his lips, but his mannerisms were like, oh, yeah, man, this happens every Sunday. Like, you just got to see this. And it got me thinking, like, you can, until you experience something, you can hear something, you can see something, but you actually experience it. I just thought that was kind of a cool takeaway, like Joey coming here from L.A. and seeing it. And then getting to my next point about AI, first of all, I thought it'd be really cool because I'm 40, so I'm from the Capital District area, and I grew up listening to Van Miller on the radio because all the Bills games weren't carried then. And the way these AI voice profiles work now without getting the whole thing, it'd be easier for a big company to get Van Miller's voice, and I would just love to hear how Van would call this game because it was one of the best games ever. And I just thought that would be incredible if someone could put that together. But going to my larger point is, how do you feel about the AI technology in the NFL to the point that how far is it going to go? Are there going to be rules? Is it going to be the team with the best AI? Because the way these things work now, it can be real-life scanning of a field. How did this guy slow down the last play on the defense? These guys are on the field. Run this play with real-time AI. And I'm just wondering, is that what it's going to come down to for scouting and play calling, that it's going to be the team with the best AI? Or is the NFL going to step in and say, hey, we can't use AI, there's going to be governing rules? Because, maybe not tomorrow, but within the next few years, AI technology is incredible. And I could see a future where that's going to start happening. Run these plays. They already do it with go for it, don't go for it. Amazon servers do it, and I bet it goes a lot farther than that already too, George. Like
We've got miles per hour on every run. We know how many snaps guys have played. I think coaches are already doing that. We know teams are deep in their data departments assisting in those kinds of areas. So I think that's
like this corner slowed down 3 miles per hour, so we should throw a go route over there because the safety, he slowed down 5 miles per hour. The corner slowed down 4. Well, if my guy's fresh off the bench and can run a 4.4, why can't he blow by him, run this play? I mean, the AI is just so incredible. It can do it in a split second. It could scan it before the 15 seconds even goes off in the QB's helmet for communication stops. They run this play. I was just wondering your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Well, I've not thought about it a lot, but I know that's the world. And, whether it's football or schools or government, like everybody's trying to figure out how to juggle that and how to use it for good and not let it go rampant, Schools, there's a place for it, teaching, all kinds of different areas. I wouldn't even know how to discuss it, but I've heard people discuss it. But there are limits, too. Like, you can't have it just write everybody's tests. So I feel like, schools are maybe everything is at a point where everybody's trying to figure out where to draw the lines, But you're not wrong at all to sort of ponder that. I think it's mostly a continuation of what sports is already doing, positioning and all kinds of the ways. There's so much information already. That would just be the next phase.
Are you old enough to remember not being allowed to use a calculator in math class? Because there was a no, and like
show your work,
right? I'm sorry. I've not thought about any of the things that the caller brought up. That's not saying it's uninteresting. I just don't know where to begin offering an opinion. Mostly, I just wish my Facebook feed would stop putting, because I don't think, I know the logarithm and like it gives you things that you are perceived to be interested in or have clicked on or whatever. I block immediately any account that shows Josh Allen swearing about what an idiot he thinks Lamar Jackson is. Like, as soon as that that's it, I'm out. But like, that crap just keeps coming through. To me, that's AI in football right now. I've only gotten to that. So the caller is into a whole different horizon.
Is it in Van's voice?
Yeah, no. Right.
I'd listen to Van say a lot of things. I might need to be the person to. I don't mean for the play-by-play necessarily, but just read me stuff. Maybe I need to create a Van Miller algorithm from AI. Somebody should. Thanks, George. Very interesting. Here's Mike next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Just hanging out, working.
All right, so I just got out of work. So
how did it go today?
Listening a little. It was all right. Okay. Listening with you guys, when he had Hopkins, it looked like he was just kind of hitting him like, hey, cool, I'm touching a player. He flat out hits Lamar Jackson. I will agree to that. I did leave. I'm upset about it, but I did get to finish watching the game in the parking lot, and I did notice a few things. Buffalo's defensive gap integrity got a lot better toward the end of the game, which I think that might have been the biggest issue in the first 3 quarters. I might be wrong in saying that. But the biggest thing I noticed was Baltimore's clock management in the last maybe 10 minutes of the game when they were up 15. They were getting up to the line, snapping it, not even taking 10 seconds off the clock when they would normally get up. And I did not hear anybody mention it. I just happened to see it on a TikTok today, and nobody's talking about it. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
I think you're right.
I think they might have been coasting to the finish line, and it burned them.
Yep. Totally.
It happens. And it maybe isn't a coincidence that the Bills' gap integrity got better when the Ravens were maybe coasting. We're not running our best stuff anymore. We're just going to get through the game. We're going to hopefully get the first down here, but like we're in great shape. But the turnover is what got them. Like if they can just get a couple first downs on that drive, the game's over. But they fumbled on the second snap, and that was that.
Right, and that was a first down play. The play before is a Jackson 13-yard run. So 3:10 to go on the Henry fumble snap, 1st and 10. So just don't fumble. But I think more about the series before with the Ravens. They're up 15 with the ball. It's not just that the Bills made that comeback when they got the ball back after a touchdown. No, there was another trade of possessions first. The Bills punted. Might have been the punt that did the punter in. He was waived today, but that's 28-yard punt with 9.5 minutes to go, down 15 points. Let's
right. If you're going to choose to punt there at all, you want better than 28 yards.
I'll say again, I think the Ravens were a little bit, not unlucky because it is a penalty, but all the time now you see the man in motion get past the edge and start to turn up field, and that is illegal. And if you watch football all day Sunday like we did, I saw tons of those, and they don't call it. It's one of these penalties I think we just want to keep the game moving. It's not that significant. Just like, lining up offside. Watch a game on Sunday for players lined up with their helmet across the line. That's 5 yards. But do you ever see that? I mean, almost never do you even – the league doesn't bother with it. And so they didn't really bother with this illegal motion thing either. But Zay Flowers got flagged on that first Baltimore possession after that short punt. 9 minutes to go. They called him. There was a 9-yard play would have set up it was declined, actually. So never mind. But still, I had that thought in the moment that's one, maybe that's called because you're up 15 points and on the road. We're just this is where an official might take the opportunity to throw that flag. It was declined, though. So maybe my point is meaningless. It didn't affect the game.
Good job, then.
It didn't affect the game. But it is something I think it's a real thing. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog back after the update here on WGR.
Physically present in.
Hello, I would like to talk about Kirk Cousins. I don't know why he's the backup for the Atlanta Falcons. It's the stupidest thing since the World War.
What? Okay. I mean, I wanted to talk about Kirk Cousins because, I'm at work. Otherwise, I don't really see why you wanted to. But okay, maybe I missed something. Mike Schopp here. Bulldog is. Just go to look. This won't be hard. Just search it. Just hello, phone. Where is Mighty Ducks Game Changers? Like Disney Plus. Great. Look how easy that was. Go to Disney Plus. Not there. Only the trailer.
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All the other Mighty Ducks things are there. The show has never sounded older.
Yeah,
the show has
I know.
The best. Now I'm going to get defensive. Just point out that my daughter is 13. All right. I mean, I can't be that old if I'm not Larry King. Now the show really sounds old. Who's that? Seattle. Has the show ever sounded older? Seattle in the NBA Finals.
F-.
I like this point. F- to me seems like just like a cartoon.
Right.
Not a real.
Yeah,
F is the lowest.
Yeah, it was like Bugs Bunny the teacher. Like what are we doing here?
F-.
The show ever sounded older.
The Bengals food.
See, kids, Bugs Bunny was a cartoon character. I did see the Scouts play in Buffalo. Yeah, I saw a Kansas City Scouts game as the show ever sounded old.
Well, I'm going to be mad about this, but I'm not going to sacrifice my jersey number for it. Matthew Golden, that's taking it pretty seriously. So I went through thinking about numbers.
I think I like 22 on a wide receiver.
Bob Hayes.
Yeah, works.
Hey, can you think of another one?
No. That's why I like it.
Has the show ever sounded older?
To me, 22 doesn't strike me. Well, I mean, certainly Bob Hayes. It does not strike me as a slow number. It's one of the. He was like an Olympic 100-yard dash champion.
That was his brand.
Has the show ever sounded older?
Bowling math, like front to back bowling math.
No, never.
Did you ever have to write it down?
Yes.
And figure out the math with a pencil?
Yes.
The show has never sounded older.
Yes.
It's about to sound older when I get to the next thing.
I think I knew how to do that at one time in my life, but I have long forgotten.
Word. Parker. The throw, if you don't know it, 79 All-Star game. The throw from right field in the Kingdome. The Kingdome is the show ever sounded older than the Kingdome reference, I think. And that, because 24-16, 192, the show has never sounded older than that as a pitching stat line for a season. 24-16,
right.
192, 41 starts, 20
40 decisions.
40 decisions, 29 complete games. How many leads the league now? 5?
3? 5? Yeah, I don't know. It's so rare.
Everybody got a memo in their mailbox. He typed it out, printed it out. I mean, has the show ever sounded older? Printed it out. The game. They just stole the game, right? If you think about that, how that term is used in other sports, how is it? It's Dominic Hasek, Has the show ever sounded older? Like, it's just you get outshot badly, but you still win. And you win in that comparison, you score late to win, right? You're down 2-0 with 3 minutes left. It's like the 07 team maybe is a better Sabres. You stole the game. They did a lot of that in those.
Off day today for the Bills. They'll get back on the practice field tomorrow, getting ready to take on the New York Jets over in New Jersey. Ahead of that, though, the Bills are making a change at punter. Brad Robbins has been waived. Cameron Johnston has been signed, and also signed kicker Matt Prater to the active roster. The Bills and Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment did announce a partnership today to help grow football in Canada. For more on this partnership, there was a press conference earlier today in Toronto. You can listen back to that over on the Odyssey app or on our website, WGR550.com. Injury woes continue with the 49ers. Tight end George Kittle being placed on IR. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games due to a hamstring injury. The 49ers have also waived kicker Jake Moody. The Steelers are signing safety Jabril Peppers. This does come after reports from earlier this morning that Steelers safety Deshaun Elliott's going to miss a few weeks with an MCL sprain. And then no suspension for Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter. He was ejected opening night for spitting on Dallas quarterback Dak Prescott. And now his only punishment is a fine of ultimately what is a game check, just over $57,000. Philly next takes on the Chiefs in Kansas City. The Sabres announced their 2025 Prospect Challenge roster. Games are going to begin down at Harbor Center on Thursday and run through Monday. Paul Hamilton does have more up at our website, WGR550.com. And then the Bisons on the road versus the Red Wings tonight. First pitch just after 6, and that game's over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It was as good as I've ever seen him thread the line and walk the line of throwing on time, because the concept or the coverage determines or says I got to throw on time, and then cutting it loose or making a play or a second reaction because something's not there and whatnot. And so the receivers stepping forward that we've talked about, the Josh Palmers and the Keon Colemans, was absolute big time. And shout out to Ed Oliver. So it was fun football to watch back. I know that.
Dan Orlovsky, fun, that's a good word for it. Primetime this week, Thursday is Washington at Green Bay. That has potential. Sunday night is Atlanta at Minnesota. Good luck. And then 2 games Monday night. Tampa Bay at Houston first. And then probably there's an overlap like they've been doing.
Yeah.
Chargers-Raiders. I'm here for all of that game. Hopefully Bowers plays.
I will leave that game early. There's no chance I make it to the end of the second game. What time is it kicking? 9:30?
Maybe 9:30, maybe 8:30.
I'm not. Oh, hang on. I got the schedule open. I can tell us. I can answer my own question.
Why don't you just tell me the movie you want to watch?
10 o'clock, 7 and 10.
It really is a doubleheader.
7 and 10.
Okay, I love that. That's bad for you.
There's
7 and 10. They really did that.
10. Yeah,
love 10.
That is 1 a.m.
If one of
what are we doing here?
If one team dominates that game, that'll be a story. Chargers, Raiders. You know, a lot of those games are just close, and maybe they're both kind of bad, but they might be both kind of good. And if one team is like better than the other, like you just know it,
right?
If that's the Raiders, that's a story.
That's right.
And
if the Chargers have another really good showing off of week 1, then they're, the question I asked Ross earlier about, are they the team that can crack the top 3? I think last week I asked him the same thing, and it was Denver we talked about. But the Chargers were pretty impressive.
The Chargers play Denver next week. Kind of rare for you to have 3 divisional opponents to start the season, but that's what they drew. Let's go to Dustin here. Hi, Dustin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I wanted to discuss the receivers and how well they did, but I also want to acknowledge the stat that you stated about Sanders a little while ago. Wow, that's especially when it's supposed to be something he's supposedly good at is penetration, and that's how you beat that Baltimore team is with penetration on the D-line, and that's a little worrisome, but hopefully he'll improve throughout the weeks. But that stat is pretty.
Yeah, for folks who didn't hear it, it was 4 of the Ravens' touchdowns came on plays that Sanders was on the field for, and he was only on the field for 16 snaps.
Oof.
Walker was on the field for 13 snaps and 2 touchdowns, and I think there's probably overlap on those.
Probably, yeah.
But yeah, that was that. Yeah, if you were hoping, you going into this game, we've got these new defensive tackles. Yeah, okay, Derrick Henry, see what you got. Woo! And furthermore, the main guys played a lot. Well, I'd say a lot more. They played more than normal. All the starters, all the ones on the defensive line, even the ends, played a little more, I would say, than you're used to. But Oliver and Daquan Jones, I mean, it adds up because I'm telling you here, that Walker and Sanders weren't on the field that much. Jones and Oliver were way up there percentage-wise.
That means, they were on the field way more than they needed to be. But I did want to acknowledge how well the receivers did getting open against a great secondary like that. I know that was an area of concern for a lot of folks, but kudos to them for being able to perform and even catch the contested catches. They did a great job Sunday night.
Thanks, Dustin. That reminds me of an interesting back and forth I saw on Twitter earlier today. Our friend Ian Harditz, and I guess the response is from Stephen O'Rourke. I think it's Fantasy Points. Fantasy Points, that's Scott Barrett's company. They're really good. And Fantasy Points graded Keon Coleman's separation score as 0 for this game. 0.0. Or separation score is like negative. Route win rate. Route, not route. 0.0. Tied for last. Of course it would be. And Ian tweeted, hang on a second. And he showed 3 highlights. These aren't wins. What do you want him to do better here? LMAO. And the gentleman from Fantasy Points responded with a breakdown of each one. This is what rankles some fans about PFF, or even players. Like, how do you know what's supposed to happen? What is it?
Right.
And so it's 3 highlights of Coleman. Maybe they're all in the 4th quarter. I don't know.
I think they are, yeah.
Okay, getting open. And the guy goes through them. He's like, 1, the corner is just trying not to get beat over the top. This is what cover 0 is if the blitz doesn't get home. 2, hitch route on a cover 3 corner getting threatened inside. So they can't commit to Coleman until they see the ball get released because of Shakir. Then 3, similar to 2, but it's an out route cover 6. Kincaid's going up the seam, and then Coleman is in the flat. The quote, on these plays, Coleman has raw separation, but none of the separation was earned by Coleman. It was given to him by the defense. So, something to there's always this with football, like just how to interpret these things.
Yeah, how Baltimore was playing in those situations certainly matters. I would think you want to be worried more. Like maybe the most impressive play of all is the ball to Palmer. That's the game-winning drive, and you got beat over the top there, which is exactly what you want to avoid, I think, in that situation. So credit to the Bills; they got to the right play there. Allen makes a great throw. And Palmer came with that. So this tweet that you're referring to was about Coleman. He's the one who had the big stat line, and we've got some certainly fans are hoping that it's going to be sticky. I guess we'll have to see how sticky it is because the game situation certainly matters to that.
So Tuesday night, we have a Tuesday here. And there's no football tonight.
I just asked you a few minutes ago, like, is baseball still going on?
Baseball?
Does baseball still exist?
I like tonight in baseball.
I haven't thought about baseball for a second since Thursday night.
That's what happens, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yankees have Detroit. That's good. Blue Jays have Houston. That's good. Your Red Sox are in, quote, Sacramento, I believe.
All right, to play, of course, the historic Sacramento A's franchise.
I decided to sort of take a break from football tonight. There is no game.
Right.
Lineups are tomorrow mostly, so I can. My daughter's playing hockey tonight. I'll do that. A friend of mine that doesn't know me that well, except for that they know that I love to watch like sports documentaries and old stuff, vintage stuff. He asked me if I was watching the America's Team documentary on Netflix about Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather dig a tunnel with my mouth than watch a documentary on the 90s Cowboys. That's my official statement on this. Actually, Zach and I talked about it for a minute too, and he's like, oh, it's great. I'm like, I was alive for this. No, I'm good.
Right.
That
I'm
probably plays a part in it.
I'm sure you're right. I'm sure it's good.
Yeah.
I would rather dig a tunnel with my mouth. Thank you. That's my official statement.
I'm with you. I had to stop. I think I told you this. I was watching the second season of that quarterback show, and it was making me like Joe Burrow, which I don't want.
You put the brakes on.
I don't want that in my life. I don't want to like Joe Burrow. I choose to not like Joe Burrow, and any effort to change that is going to be a problem for me. So I just turned it off. I'm done. I'm not going to watch the rest of this.
You can always just put on Tootsie.
There's always that.
There's always Tootsie.
There's always that.
I'm going to add that to my official statement. There's always Tootsie. What did you think of the game last night? It got good.
It did. I missed the good.
Oh.
I missed the good. I didn't.
It started horrendously.
It was horrific.
After the Bears touchdown.
The first 2 drives J.J. McCarthy had as a pro ended in sacks, 3 and outs. Like, he just did not look right at all. But holy cow, the legend of his competitiveness and leadership and all that stuff grew immensely in this game because I read today him on the sidelines like, we got this and all this sort of stuff, and like he delivered big time in the fourth quarter.
Were you there for the national anthem?
Yes.
Jim Cornelison?
Yes.
So it looked like from Twitter, a lot of my Twitter has never seen a hockey game.
Right.
Because this is the Blackhawks guy that replaced Wayne Messmer and the tradition of the fans cheering through the anthem.
And
like not every hockey fan, but like that's the Chicago Blackhawks.
Right.
This guy, no music.
He goes hard.
Yeah, and it's great. And so much of my Twitter is like, wow. Like, well, yes.
Yeah, we get this. The Blackhawks fans get this. I don't know if he does every anthem for their games or whatever. They probably get that 30 times a year.
Anybody,
if not more.
Right. I was at Chicago Stadium once for a playoff game when Wayne Messmer was singing, and there's just nothing like it. If you haven't seen it and you want to know what that is like, search the All-Star game would have been during the Iraq War, so like 91 at Chicago Stadium, afternoon game. Marv Albert is on the broadcast team, and you can find that anthem. It's,
Yeah.
Couple of minutes of greatness. Anybody lose in fantasy because of DJ Moore's cruel team first last second fumble play? Anybody lose on that?
We have DJ Moore. We lost by 5.
It wouldn't be 5.
No, so
it'd be 2.
The combination of that and the touchdown by Williams late, because we were playing against Williams and had Moore, that probably is what did us in.
Right, Odunze
and
on that one.
I was not super impressed with Caleb Williams.
Oh my God, no.
Even 10 for 10, but it was all just fire drill stuff. Like it was not synced up really. It did not look good. And I'm working on the Bills don't play the Bears, which is too bad because I am working on I don't like this Brian Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson. I do not. I don't know, man. There's something just rubs me wrong. Just I don't know.
So
his interview on the field, whenever that was that coming out of halftime or was it even before the game? I don't remember. He just, when look, a lot of these guys can be guilty of this, but it's not that hard to just be amenable, even friendly. He just did not look like he could be bothered. I'm too smart for your questions, is how he came off to me, and that's. But I'm being severely judgmental. I'm not. I don't like that guy.
I'll give you something else. So I'm watching. It's a sickness. I'm watching the pregame. I might have had the sound down, but I'm watching the pregame. And Williams and the Bears' offense is warming up. The offense is warming up, and Johnson is right there. And it's one of those that I would see with Allen and Sean McDermott in the past, and it would trouble me. Like, although not necessarily in that same setting, but on the sideline. Here you have. Which maybe is a lesson, and don't read too much into these kinds of things, I guess. But anyway, Johnson is standing there right next to Williams. Maybe the backup is taking a snap or two, and there's just they're not looking at each other. I mean, this is week 1. This is the guy's coaching debut. It's Caleb Williams. Like, there's just no interaction at all. And I pointed this out at home, like, this is the new coach. This is the quarterback, and they don't even acknowledge each other here. I mean, you would just be doing that casually, I think, sort of preparing for the game and whatever it is, just simple things.
Yep.
And, somebody could easily say, well, you don't have to. It doesn't have to mean anything. They go to Minnesota, and you would have thought O'Connell and McCarthy were brothers. Like, it was the same thing. They're just running their warm-up stuff in the other end zone. And Connell's just like all over it. He kind of has a really positive disposition, I think.
Yeah.
And McCarthy's like listening to him, and they're talking. It's just like very good vibes. The game starts, and it started horribly, like you said, for the Vikings. But man, you could feel O'Connell's energy when they picked it up. I mean, that guy. You'd love that coach if he were your coach, right?
Yeah.
Like that.
No question.
That guy's got it.
The Ben Johnson thing for me started. I talked to Matthew Collar in the summer one day that you weren't here, and. I brought up the the division, whatever, like we do with all our guests, your team and then what's the rest of the other 3 teams, and talking about the Bears, and he made I don't want to quote him, I won't get it right, but Josh McDaniels, like brilliant X's and O's. Can he communicate? Can he talk? Can he effectively lead a team? And that has stuck with me about Ben Johnson, and what I've seen of his personality so far has me questioning whether he can do that just as much as I was questioning Mike McDaniel for different reasons. Mike McDaniel seems like a really good, outgoing personality, like engaging, but can he bring everyone with him? I think Johnson might be a little too cold to effectively do it. I don't know. I got a bad feeling. It's not. This has been planted long before Tyler Dunn's epic piece about Caleb Williams, which is really more about Caleb Williams than it is Ben Johnson. But I don't know. I'm worried about Ben Johnson.
That was in my head all through it last night. Was Tyler?
Yeah.
Because the vibes are not good at all, and they had a chance to win, but plays he made when they were down were not impressive at all. Like wild misses. Williams, wild misses. Yeah. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. We'll be right back. This is WGR.
Hey, it's Bulldog here. Let's talk about something important. Your roof.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life.
Not to make this the whole show, but one more Caleb Williams thing that would rankle me, like if that were us. Because I've been this way with Allen before and McDermott, and I've often sort of scrutinized like how they interact and just how healthy is this. Lately, I mean, if there's a curve, there's a chart. I mean, we're right up the top. I mean, since maybe middle of last year, I haven't had any questions about that. Caleb Williams called a timeout early in the game, started walking to the sideline like quarterbacks do every time, and he sort of waved him off and turned back. Didn't even go to the sideline. He started walking toward the sideline. He stopped. He waved him off and turned back.
Like Williams waved the coach. Like
I just sort of. Never mind.
Oh, wow.
Something could have just been like, I got it.
Mm-hmm,
You know. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of what Tyler wrote about him. Is sort of this feeling that I'm above everybody and everything we're doing here. I got it.
Right.
And no, you don't got it. That's what Cliff Kelly would say.
Yeah.
No, you don't got it. But I mean, that's.
Well, the coach has got his hands full then. Like, irrespective of what's going to happen between he and Williams, like I'm worried about him overall, but he might have his hands full with that kid. I mean, I think our audience knows how we feel about Tyler's work. I mean, that was there's just some incredible stuff in there, and like sure. The Bears coaches, maybe, or former coaches that he's talking to, do they have an axe to grind? Probably. But there's just some really damning stuff, like personality-wise, interaction-wise, how Williams is like, you're going to get called on in a meeting and just stare at the person asking you the question. Rather than volunteer an answer or your thoughts on the subject. Like, why are you asking me this? I'm Caleb Williams, is how that comes off. And like, dude,
well,
what is that?
It was a close game. They had a look at it and just were not good enough. And Minnesota picked it up, made some plays, and won on the road. Great. I think I had Minnesota. I was beating myself up yesterday over the picks. I'm going to check because that was one of the games I liked. And I feel lucky to get it. It was really, kind of Chicago's game for a while, but definitely turned around. Okay, enough about them. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here at 803-0550. A lot of calls today on what Josh Allen said after Sunday's game, and, of course, plenty more about what he did on the field in that game. Pretty amazing. An all-timer. We'll talk about all of this and more as we continue past 6 o'clock. This is WGR.
How about a shot at
The Buffalo Bills get back to work tomorrow morning as they get ready to travel to New Jersey to take on the Jets this Sunday. Ahead of that, Bills did make a change at punter. Brad Robbins has been waived. Cameron Johnston has been signed. Along with that, kicker Matt Prater signed to the active roster. While it was, though, an off day, the Bills and Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment did announce a partnership between the two to help grow football in Canada. For more on this partnership, there was a press conference in Toronto. You can listen back to that over on the Odyssey app or on our website, WGR550.com. The injury woes continue for the 49ers. Tight end George Kittle is being placed on IR. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games with a hamstring injury. 49ers also waived kicker Jake Moody. Steelers signing safety Jabril Peppers. This does come after reports that safety Deshaun Elliott is going to miss a few weeks with an MCL sprain, and then no suspension for Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter after being ejected opening night for spitting on Dallas quarterback Dak Prescott. It ultimately turns into just a fine of a game check, a little over $57,000. Philly next takes on the Chiefs in Kansas City. And the Sabres, they announced their 2025 Prospect Challenge roster. Games will begin down at Harbor Center on Thursday and run through Monday. Paul Hamilton is more on our website, WGR550.com. And starting up in just a few minutes, Bison's on the road versus the Red Wings. You can listen to that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
We were having a very serious conversation about mayonnaise here.
And the Bulldog.
And don't even talk to me about weed.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Well, this is interesting and a funny coincidence given what we've talked about a lot today, but on the comments, I'm apparently way up today on making better comments, and Bulldog has left. He's decided that the lead is too much. He's not going to stay for the end. He's just going to leave because he's sort of bored. It's late. And it's just, I'll get him tomorrow, I think is probably what he's thinking as he walks out sadly, slowly to his truck right now. Wait, no, I'm wrong. You're actually sitting right here.
It's going to be really weird for me to start talking now. What metrics are you using? What is this based on?
People are telling me online that I'm killing it today.
Okay, that doesn't mean that I'm not.
Well, it does. What they're telling me is that you're not.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who are these people?
I can't name them.
Give me some names.
No, I will not.
I want addresses.
Anonymous sources.
I'm not threatening anyone. I just want to have a conversation.
Addresses.
I just want.
You don't need addresses.
I just want to have a talk. That's all.
No, just the idea. Yeah. The idea came to me that you'd left because of how the day was going, and I just decided to take it in that direction.
Geez, now I feel.
What else would you do? Why else would you have to leave?
I don't know what I would have said. Now you've got me really. You're going to get me in my own head now. I wonder what I would have said if I walk in the door. My wife says, "How'd the show go?" Or my son, who's working on the morning show now, he's in the business. How'd the show go? And maybe I would.
Not well.
Maybe I would have. I don't know about that. I definitely would have said not well, but I might not have said like great. Like I said a bunch of great stuff or anything. I don't know. Maybe I just. Maybe it was just a Tuesday night against Nashville.
Maybe it's a Tuesday night against Nashville. And it's Tuesday.
I don't know. I got to be careful about that metaphor, using that because Tuesday against Nashville is a hockey thing, and like the hip have a thing like it can't be Nashville every night. Like Nashville is special, right? And so I think that can be confusing to our hip fans and hockey fans. There's two separate things. So maybe I should change Nashville to
Minnesota.
Sure, that might be better.
It still mostly applies, though. As long as people know the reference,
it does,
it's still.
Right.
It's not like Nashville's won 3 cups or anything.
Right. No, I just mean for the tragically hit part of it is that's a compliment to Nashville, whereas not having nothing to do with the hockey team. It's more like we're playing Nashville. That's incredible.
Are you on to week 2?
Yeah, I mean 100%. Yeah.
You are? Okay.
Yeah. Should I not be?
No, you should be.
It is the next week. It is the next week. I'm yeah. I mean, have
you looked at the schedule yet?
Yes.
Do you like it?
I'm loaded up. I did one of the first things I did today when I got here, because yesterday is Monday, right?
That's correct. And
there's a game still. And all the games from Sunday, anything could come up. I like to have the scoreboard up from Sunday's action, which player, who led this team in passing, rushing, whatever, that kind of stuff. But Tuesday afternoon arrives, week 2. Give me week 2 schedule. That's how I had the line real early in the day. You were asking about the line for some game, and that's why I had it. I didn't go to my FanDuel app. I just had the ESPN NFL schedule for week 2 up.
Bills are -7. 7 and 46.5.
All right. That works.
So 26-7-5, 19-7-5, something like that. I'm a little bit off. Something like 27-20.
Thanks for putting it in like a score that could actually
No
happen.
fractions.
Yeah, right. The fractions are tough.
I kind of want to just nail it, but you're right. We can just sort of remove the fractions. The idea isn't exact. The idea is like a general.
See, now,
what kind of game are the bettors telling you this is going to be?
I think that was a good comment from me and also helpful to our audience.
It's too bad you're left.
Yeah.
New England at Miami. What's the line? I'm looking at it.
What is the line?
New England at Miami.
New England at Miami. The line is New England minus. No. Oh my God! Is it a pick'em? I don't know.
Who do you want? Who wins?
I think New England probably wins, even though they don't have very many good players. I would say Miami -2.
Miami -1.5. Well done. You thought it through.
Good thing
Too bad you left.
Too bad I left. Yep.
Miami -1.5, 44.5. So let's see. Carry the one. Interesting.
Give me some more fractions.
So are we just going to picking week 2? We'll have Joe. We have Trista tomorrow. Joe and Sam later in the week. I think the most important principle might be to not overreact to week 1, but you do want to react to week 1, right? Like, if Miami is that bad, did they have a bad day, or is everything most people said all summer coming to fruition? But New England was the good vibes team. And, Mike Vrabel, Drake May, Diggs, like they've done a lot. And look, I'm here every day with how easy their schedule is. Doesn't look as easy when you lose week 1 at home to the Raiders. So are we going to overreact here? I guess, quote, overreact.
Well, no, what I think you're going to do is you're going to confirm your priors, right? Like I would still be inclined to think New England's the better team. They'll make progress, and Vrabel will figure out like who we can trust and whatever. Maybe there'll be some changes. Miami, and because I respected New England coming in. I thought they were heading in the right direction. So losing, maybe the Raiders are better than we thought, better than I thought. I think you've been more bullish on them than me. I think they'd be terrible, but anyway. So you can kind of give yourself that talk to line up with what you thought ahead of time. And I think in this case it's pretty easy. Week 1, they'll figure it out. Miami, I thought they were going to be like a 5-alarm fire, and they looked like a 5-alarm fire, and so I'd be expecting that to keep burning. I think they're probably in real trouble, Miami. I think a coach that doesn't have everyone's respect there, which I think almost definitively was happening last year, they try to weed out who they think maybe the ringleaders of that are. If there's like an insurrection that was mounting, okay, let's get rid of those guys and empower the coach, and we're going to make it work. Well, you got, 50 guys on your team, 60 guys, whatever, with the practice squad, more than that. Some of them might think they traded Jalen Ramsey and that was a mistake. He's still a really good player, and what are we doing here? And this coach, I don't respect this coach. It doesn't always work. You can't just pluck out what you think are the bad apples and not expect there to be residue there. Ramsey is a highly decorated NFL player. Surely there are guys still on that team that privately are talking to one another going like, man, I can't believe we're trying to win here. What are we doing? And they might think that the coach is a bigger problem than Jalen Ramsey was. They're sided with him. You can't clean everybody out. I doubt that it's all just lined up and universally like, okay, we're set to go now. We got rid of that guy. So I think McDaniel he's walking the plank, I think. I think that's what's happening there.
Well, it doesn't sound good for him. Home against New England, maybe you can get somewhere. Probably not a popular survivor pick, that game in week 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go near that. Yeah.
So you're playing survivor with Joe Ostrowski?
Yeah, I got through. I had Arizona.
That's the $50?
Yeah.
4.7% went out, which is very low.
Yeah.
I mean, were there any upsets? Who would you have picked? Kansas City was a 3-point favorite. You could have picked Kansas City, but very few people did.
Right.
Hardly anybody lost. I was hoping, don't tell Trista, because she and I partnered on one where she wanted Denver. I was really hoping Denver would lose, because that would have been like half the field.
Yeah.
In the big one, in a different one I'm playing, like other than the one with her, I avoided Denver. And it could have happened. Tennessee wasn't good at all, but that was a closer game. But everybody sort of survived it. You know, it's Survivor. That's what you want. Week 2, the bigger spreads. Baltimore, 11.5 at home against Cleveland. Huge. Bills at 7. That might be second. I think it is. Yep, that's the second highest. So Baltimore, or go figure. A third is Arizona, and you just used Arizona, so you can't go there. But -6.5 at home against Carolina. Did you watch any of that game, Ross's game, Cardinals Saints?
I did not. I saw a couple highlights, but that was it. Yeah, I did not spend very much time. The Jet Pittsburgh game was good enough to keep my attention. I really only dipped into red zone during commercial breaks.
Okay.
During that game, and then not at all. No, same thing. 4 o'clock window was the same thing. I dipped into red zone when the Lion-Packer game was in commercials, although that game wasn't that compelling, really.
I agree.
I think I ended up on red zone by late third quarter into the fourth quarter. I was off of the Lions game. It was
You had San Francisco,
bad.
Seattle, which was pretty good.
Yeah, right.
Houston Rams was close.
Right.
There might have been one more. I was there too. I didn't care for Detroit, Green Bay. Man, one of my big takes in fantasy this year was to fade the Lions. And Sunday, that felt great. I mean, Gibbs somehow caught 10 passes for 31 yards, which is kind of seemingly impossible. And, he was a high first-round pick, and I've got a couple of Gibbs teams. But, man, Goff looked like bad Goff. And Green Bay looked fine. They weren't awesome or anything, but Detroit offensively looked like they just kind of did nothing.
Yep.
San Francisco. So here we go again with San Francisco. Kittle to IR, at least 4 weeks. I guess he's going to have a tough time winning Offensive Player of the Year now.
Sure seems like it.
Not that it was ever going to happen anyway, but now he's not back until week 6. That's dead. Purdy is hurt.
Right, shoulder and toe. The toe is more serious, I read.
Might miss a game. They have New Orleans this week, at New Orleans.
Mac Jones, everyone.
It would be Mac Jones, right. And Jennings was hurt, but they say he's okay. Already you've got Ayuk out. Pearsall was a polarizing bet in the offseason, and he looked really good, I thought.
Yeah, he had one play down the sideline while I was watching their game that looked really good.
And McCaffrey did everything like there was no injury.
Right.
As usual. When he's on the field, we had that one. If he's going to play, we said on Friday, right? If he's going to play, you got to start him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened. And, he didn't have an incredible game, but he did all the work.
Right.
Almost all the work. So, some Survivor thoughts this week. Rams at Tennessee. That doesn't seem watchable.
No. Maybe it should be watchable if for no other reason than these two teams have never played. I'm pretending that Super Bowl didn't happen.
I was about to say, they've only played once. Yes, Rams at Tennessee. Let's see. Philadelphia, Kansas City. That's the big one.
Yeah.
Late Sunday. Late Sunday is Carolina, Arizona, and Denver, Indianapolis at 4:05, and then Philly, KC at 4:25. That's the one they want you to watch.
And what is the night game again Sunday night? You said it earlier, but I forgot.
Atlanta, Minnesota.
Okay. Wow. Back-to-back prime times for Minnesota to start the season.
That's just wrong.
Yeah,
I was, last night, the game got better. It was interesting enough. But for most of the first 3 quarters, I was hate watching it. Just mad that there couldn't have been a better matchup in that Week 1 Monday night slot. I know it's the Bears. The Bears always have this entitlement to tons of primetime games, but they're just never interesting. The storylines are interesting.
Storylines are interesting, but once they started playing,
no, that's right,
was not any good.
That's where it goes sideways when the game starts.
Right.
Other than that, no game tomorrow, Wednesday night, which is good because steak night is tomorrow. Oh,
what is this? What is this?
Steak League.
Tell me more about Steak Night.
Steak League is an idea that I heard from RotoWire, those guys, and have completely ripped them off. But I do want to give them the hat tip because this is their thing, Steak League. Theirs is a little different than ours. Fantasy 12 teams, and your entry fee is your commitment to the steak night. So maybe the commissioner takes money, maybe not. If they trust, they could. Our guy doesn't. He trusts you. So 12 teams, middle 4, 5th through 8th. No playoffs or anything. Everybody goes out for dinner. This is tomorrow. 5 through 8 in the standings from last year pay for their own meal. You're on your own.
Mm-hmm.
9 through 12 pay for themselves and 1 through 4. So if you finish top 4, you're awesome.
Right.
Right.
And
I was texting with one of the guys today. I said, I'm not going to abuse it. I'm in the top 4. So
no, you got it.
I've always been in the top 4 in this league. I've never paid. I've never spent a dime in this league in 3 or 4 years. I said, I'm not going to abuse it. All I'm going to do is cocktail, wine, oysters, salad, steak, and then only like one side. Like a mushrooms or an au gratin potatoes or something like that.
Get some asparagus.
Love salads.
Okay, right, sure, okay.
So I thought it was funny to say this. I'm not going to abuse it. I just want cocktail, wine, oysters, salad, steak,
This is not a time
potatoes.
to walk in and order the old 96er. This is not that time.
What's that?
The Great Outdoors. John Candy. Dan Aykroyd makes John Candy try to eat a 96-ounce steak.
Oh, well, maybe I could.
It's one of these places where you get, if you eat it, then everyone eats free in your party or something like that.
I wonder if they have that.
I visited such a place in Amarillo, Texas, back in the spring of 21, I guess it was.
I'm pretty sure where we're going tomorrow, they did not offer that.
I did not get, I don't remember what it was called. I have a picture somewhere. I did not order whatever their version of the old 96er was.
Don't you think of Rob for this?
Yes.
When Rob used to go on, we talked to Rob Ray on game days, and he'd always be like talking about last night's 96-ounce steak or whatever.
Right.
Stuffed inside a chicken.
Right.
My place tomorrow may have that steak, but they will not have a deal where everybody eats free.
Right.
You got 12 guys. I'm pretty sure. I don't want that. Anyway.
No.
I'm eating free.
Right.
You're
all set.
I don't need to worry about.
Yeah, but you don't want. You're not going to order some big thing and take half of it home. Is what I'm saying.
Well, that is in bounds.
What?
That is in bounds. Leftovers. You can't just only order what you're going to eat. Within reason, you want to say here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
96 ounces is like what? How much?
It's like
12 fillets?
Yeah. I mean,
forget 12
absurd.
fillets.
Yeah, I mean.
Forget 12 fillets. I got to change a team name to that. Forget 12 fillets. So maybe two.
I'm imagining the place you're going has only like steaks that most normal people can eat in one sitting, but if you don't finish it, like there's no shame in taking a third of a steak home if you ordered a 16-ounce strip or something. Like that's fine.
The rules are you can't order for your kids.
Right.
You're not allowed to order extra food to take. You can order what you can eat.
Right.
If you don't finish it, you're not kicked out.
Right.
That's
sure.
As somebody that helped create this league, I feel like I'm at liberty to speak on what the rules are, even though I'm only one man in this league.
Yeah, you should be allowed to take food home, but you just don't be gross about it.
Yeah,
that's all.
What about if you have like a third of your dinner left and then you order dessert? Is that bad form in this situation?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. What I'll usually get is like an espresso or something, or like a port even.
Yeah.
Not a drink.
Man, it's been a while since I've had a port.
Has it?
I've been out to a dinner where port was on the menu in a long time.
Port.
Love a good port.
Who doesn't love a port?
Delicious.
Did you hear these guys driving home?
Potent.
It's good. Or you get one of those after dinner, like at a good Italian restaurant. Those,
yeah.
Amaro Nonino or something like that. You know that one?
I don't know any of the names. I just
digestif.
They're just it's a little. It's just delicious.
Yeah. I'll report back on Thursday. I'll report back.
Nice.
Definitely getting the port now. So I'm just going to take it easy with those 7 things.
Yeah. Well,
that'll be enough.
Those are respectable courses, and I think you're entirely in bounds. That's how I view that.
Just got to know how to draft.
That's nice. So
got to get lucky. Steak league. We already drafted. Often this can be like the same night. You have the draft and then you have the dinner.
Oh boy! Wow.
But we already drafted.
That's a big commitment.
Ross Tucker Tuesdays with us, talking of course about Bills Ravens. He's got the Ravens this week as we went through some of the schedule there for their game at home against the Browns, and also his game in New Orleans in Week 1 that we talked about. That and more with Ross after this break. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.